மேம் இதுல வீடியோ வந்து போஸ்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறீங்களா? வீடியோ
We are live now, ma'am.
Thank you, yeah.
Good morning, everybody. We, the Department of Pharmacology, Kilpack Medical College, welcome you all to the inaugural session of the online CME on Scientific Journal Publishing Demystified. Let us begin the session with Tamil Taivad.
கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த எழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழரத கண்டமிது தெற்கணமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறமியன்று செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. This rightly describes our head of the department, Dr. Aruna Madam. But due to some unfortunate turn of events, Madam could not be here with us today. On her behalf, I request our Associate Professor, Dr. Sharmila Madam, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to one and all. On behalf of Department of Pharmacology and our lead, Professor Dr. Aruna Ma'am, I welcome our respected Honorable Dean, DME OST Madam, Dean Madam, Professor Dr. Shanti Madam Ma'am, and our Vice Principal Ma'am, Dr. Ratna Ma'am, and our MS Medical Superintendent Ma'am, for raising this occasion. And also, I also welcome our assistant professor and postgraduates on this occasion. And also, I will welcome our speakers and the external speakers, and also from the Dr. Prabhakar Reddy and Dr. JST and our internal speaker Rajesh Kumar, and also Dr. Narendran and Dr. Monica and Bangaj, Dr. Bangaj sir. I all welcome you all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Integrity, insight, inclusiveness, and a keen eye for detail are the specialities of our VP Madam, Dr. Ratna Manjushree Jayaraman. An alumnus of Kilpack Medical College, we are proud of you, ma'am, and we welcome you to felicitate the gathering.
Respected Dean Madam, respected MS Madam, respected Deputy Superintendent, and all the faculties gathered here, very warm welcome to all of you. At this outset, I'd like to thank Dr. Aruna, Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacology, Kilpatrick Medical College, for organizing this session on scientific journal publishing Demystified. And I hope this session will be largely benefited by the postgraduate and all the faculties present here. The speakers are too good. And I wish the entire team the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. A leader is one who knows the way, shows the way, and goes the way. A simple and approachable persona with a never-ending enthusiasm for academics, constantly working towards the upliftment of the infrastructure, smooth functioning and the betterment of the institution, is our DME OSD Dean, Madam, Dr. Shanti Mallar. We welcome you, ma'am, to facilitate the gathering.
Good morning, all of you. In spite of unfortunate incident in our family, Professor Dr. Aruna, our team is doing a wonderful coordinated meeting. They're conducting actually in a coordinated way. I really appreciate the team. Under the leadership of Dr. Aruna, now Dr. Sharmila has taken over at present moment. And this topic is really a need of the hour, actually. See, previously, only those who are really interested in maybe 2 decades ago or 3 decades ago, only those who are really interested in this scientific way, the journal publications or book writing, everything, only very few, not even 5% to 10%. Now, as it's a mandatory as per the NMC norms, definitely all are interested to do, but they need some guidance. I really appreciate this Department of Pharmacology, Government Kilpatrick Medical College, under the leadership of Professor Dr. Aruna, taking this topic for enlightening those really interested to learn and do more things in scientific way. Thank you very much. Best wishes for this CME.
Thank you, ma'am. We now request our DME OSD Dean, ma'am, to accept a token of her gratitude from Dr. Sharmila, ma'am. We request our Vice Principal, madam, to accept a token of her gratitude from Dr. Kirtana. Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. Jayasudha, Assistant Professor, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Video. Good morning, respected Dean Madam, Vice Principal Madam, our HOD, Dr. Aruna Ma'am, Dr. Sharmila Ma'am, esteemed senior faculty and junior colleagues of various institutes across the country. I take this opportunity to thank profusely Dr. Shanti Mallar Madam, Director of Medical Education on Special Duty, Dean, for honoring us with her presence amidst her very busy professional commitments. She has always been a source of encouragement to all of us. I also convey my gratitude to Dr. Ratna Manjushri Jayaraman, Vice Principal Madam. She is constantly working behind the scenes to ensure a smooth functioning of the hospital, and she is very approachable too. My heartfelt and personal thanks to Dr. Aruna Ma'am, Dr. Sharmila Ma'am, my fellow colleagues, and the postgraduates of our department who have been instrumental. They have been working day and night to ensure a smooth conduct of this program. And last but not the least, I wish to convey my thanks to the participants whose support has constantly motivated us to dream for more and aspire for more. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll start the program soon. Thank you.
The scientific session will commence in a few minutes. Good morning, Dr. Prabhakar Reddy, sir. Sir, are you online?
Good morning, madam. I am online. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Prabhakar Reddy, sir. Sir, are you online?
I am online. I am online. Am I audible? Hello.
Sir, we are making you to a co-host, sir.
Can you hear me, madam? No, even my video also is switched on. Okay, madam. Okay, madam. Okay.
Now we have the announcement of the winners for yesterday's oral presentation.
Can you see my slides, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Okay, okay, okay.
So first we have the distribution of prizes for yesterday's oral presentation, and then we'll start with the session, sir.
Okay, madam.
On behalf of Department of Pharmacology, I am very happy to announce the winners of the brain onboarding conceptual oral presentation. And the first prize goes to Dr. Amrita from Stanley, that is final year postgraduate from Stanley Medical College. Congratulations. Second prize goes to Dr. Priyadarshani, Tirunelveli Medical College. And third prize goes to Dr. Durga, Osmania Medical College, Hyderabad, and Dr. Krishnavedi. Both are getting third prize, Stanley Medical College. Dr. Krishnavedi from Stanley Medical College. And all others, we are giving consolation prize. Other members, we are giving prize. And Dr. Abhirami Balambika, Dr. Andy Streeman, and Dr. Deepa Lashmi, Dr. Maumita Chakraborty, and Dr. Muthukannamal. I wish all of you that is congratulations and my best wishes. Thank you.
Since the distribution of announcement of prizes is over, we will start the academic session. Officially, once again, I welcome you all to the online CME. Our first speaker of the day, Dr. C. Prabhakar Reddy, is the Associate Professor at the Department of Clinical Pharmacology and Therapeutics, Nizam Institute of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad. He is a subject expert for the Deputy DCGI Hyderabad Zone, and he guides DM Clinical Pharmacology and Therapeutic students. He graduated from Kurnool Medical College, did his MD Pharmacology from SRMC, and DM Clinical Pharmacology from NIMS, Hyderabad. He has several completed and ongoing drug trials to his credit. During the COVID pandemic, the phase 1, 2, and 3 trials of Covaxin manufactured by the Bharat Biotech India Limited was handled by him. He has several publications in many national and international journals, and he has been presented with a Young Scientist Award and an award for excellence in clinical pharmacology and therapeutics. He is a member of the Indian Pharmacological Society and the American College of Clinical Pharmacology. Sir, I welcome you to share with us your extensive knowledge and experience in the field of initiation and conduct of study. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you. I think you can see the slides, madam.
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir. We can see it.
Now I think it is full screen. Now I think it is full screen.
Yes, sir, it is full screen, sir. Yes, sir.
So, so I'd like to thank at the onset the organizing committee for inviting me for this presentation, and very happy because after a long time I think we are online. So another thing is that most of the people started meeting now for the conferences and workshops, and it would have been nice coming there and giving this presentation. So I'll start my topic. The topic today is initiation and conduct of clinical research. So this is my first slide giving an introduction about me and the title. Second slide, which I have, is a question mark. That is, see, this topic of initiation and conduct of a clinical research or a clinical trial, whatever it is, initiation and conducting a study or whatever it is, it would have been very nice if it was a physical meeting, because in a physical meeting, when we talk about this study, it is not necessary for me to come and prepare slides, everything, because it can be an oral discussion where it can be a two-way interaction where we can be asking questions and clearing out doubts. So my topic today is a big question mark, where with the knowledge that is there at present at various sources or various sources of knowledge about this initiation and conduct of the study, we have so much knowledge that it was very difficult for me to just complete it in 45 minutes. So it took a lot of time, and so many slides. It was initially, at the end I had to make it very few slides, and let us hope the last few things will be not discussed much. So what I'm going to discuss today is how we are going to start a study. I want to do a study. Let us say that I want to do a study X, effect of drug X on hypertension or whatever it is. Now let us see how I'm going to start this study so that at the end we get the results. So with my so much efforts and this, I had to prepare very few slides. So first of all, why is it necessary for us to have research? And what is the value of our research in our daily lives? So these few points I have come up why research is necessary, because research is a building knowledge. It builds knowledge and facilitates learning. Research builds knowledge and facilitates learning. It's a means by which we are going to understand the issues and also increase the public awareness. It's not only important that we do research, we have to spread the research that we have done. Suppose I have done, let us say that I have done a study on paracetamol, which says it's very effective in not only reducing fever, but it is also very effective in reducing the, let us say it is in reducing the hypertension. It's not that it is, the knowledge is with me. I have done a study, I kept the results with me, and now have my results. It's not like that. I have to give these results to the public so that they can know what is happening. So it's a very good public awareness tool for research. It helps to succeed in business. Research is not only in medicine. Research is in business, research is in economics, research is in politics, research is everywhere, which is helping us to succeed in whatever field we are. It allows us to disprove lies. Somebody says this is wrong, this drug is not effective, but when we do research, we find it valuable. So it disproves lies and supports truth. It's a means to find gauze and seek opportunities. Now research has so much opportunities for us, so we can get good opportunities. See, this is a small, very important thing that I'm going to tell you, is that it is going to promote the way we are going to do the research. It promotes the love and confidence that we have on reading, writing, analyzing, sharing information. So research doesn't mean that I have to do this and keep it with me. It also means that I have to analyze and share the information that I have. It provides nourishment and exercise for the mind. So these are some ways where research is useful to us. So now we are talking about research. What is research? Research is a scientific study of nature that sometimes includes processes involved in health and disease. See here. Now this is a definition as for one of the dictionary. Research is a scientific study of nature that sometimes include processes involved in health and disease. Research doesn't mean only health. It happens in health and disease. Research happens in every field that is there today. These studies may be related to new ways to screen, prevent, diagnose, and treat disease. It doesn't mean that we are going to do research only for drug development or something. It's related to how we are going to screen the patient, how we are going to prevent the disease, how we are going to diagnose the disease, and how we are going to treat the disease. So research is involved in so many life things, and the research in scientific study on health and disease is only a small part. And this way in health and disease, research is going to play a major role in finding new ways to screen, new ways to prevent disease, new ways to diagnose and treat a disease. So we can have clinical trials. So now if you think research is a ocean, and when we talk about health and disease, it will be a small thing. And if you talk about clinical research will be like a bucket of water in an ocean. So now, how do we do research? How do we do research? Is first I want to know what I want to do. First I want to know what I wanted to do, or I want to do, or it's not like that somebody is telling do this. It's not like that. I have to, first thing is I should have the interest in doing something which I like. So finding a question, this is the most important thing. What research do I want to do? Anybody, but the only problem here is as a staff you can do whatever you want to do, but students, when they want to do research, it all depends on how your guide is going to take it. Students, it will depend on identifying a question. For students, it depends mainly on the interests of the guide or the person who is teaching him. So but for a faculty or something, you have to have some passion, and you should have something called this disease, diabetes. I'm very interested. So let me start thinking about doing some research in diabetes. So next question is, now you want to do some, this is the question. The question is, which I have identified is, I want to do research on diabetes. Okay, it's good. And so next question is exploration. Now you want to do a study on diabetes. Now you have to explore your idea. You have to explore your idea. How do you explore? Is it easy for me to get patients or volunteers with diabetes? Now I'm in a super specialty hospital. Easy for me to get. Suppose I want to do a study on pediatric population, which I'm interested in. My hospital, we don't have any pediatric ward. So here now the question arises, how can I do a study on pediatric population? It's not possible. So like this, I have to explore. Now, does the hospital have an endocrinology department, or the people in medicine looking after the diabetic population? All this I have to explore. Then how many diabetic people can I get to my room by consulting with a co-investigator? And most important thing while doing a research, is that you alone are not doing a study. You can't do a study alone. You need somebody. You need your friends. You need your colleagues. Sometimes even your enemy may be helping out in doing this study. If now your friend is not interested in diabetes, he's in let us say he's in medicine department or endocrinology department, he's not interested in diabetes. Your colleagues would have referred to some other people, they are not interested. But luckily your enemy whom you don't like in the department might be interested. So you can just go and speak with him, so that you have to explore your research idea. Once you explore your research idea, you can sit together and start looking at the data. Now your question is effect of this drug on diabetes. Let us say it's a Ayurvedic formulation or whatever it is. You have to, let us say it's an Ayurvedic preparation where you want to explore its effects on diabetic management. So now diabetic management, your idea is only mostly on glycosylated hemoglobin. Now Ayurvedic drug and glycosylated hemoglobin. Now do you want to do this study? Yes, we want to do. Now I have to explore really whether this Ayurvedic drug has effect on sugar levels or management of diabetes. Now, you just can't say, I want to take this extract and see the effect on diabetic population, because this extract is not is it useful in reducing the sugar levels? Yes, then you can proceed. You have to first go for collecting the literature. You have to search literature. You have to see the, because most of the times while doing a clinical research or a clinical trial or whatever it is, a research study, you have to come to a conclusion about risk benefit analysis. You have to do risk benefit analysis. Only when the benefit is better than the risk, you're going to do a study. Forget about anything, risk benefit analysis. Now your Ayurvedic preparation, you start finding the literature, you come to a conclusion, if it is the benefit is better than the risk, you are going to start your study. This is the second point. Now you have come to a conclusion, you have identified the field of diabetes, you have come to a question that you want to explore the effect of this Ayurvedic preparation on that on treatment of or management of diabetes mellitus. This is your question. You have come to a you went to your friends in the Department of Medicine or endocrinology. You have come to a knowledge that you can get your patients. Now what you do, you're going to start a plan. You're going to start a plan. You just can't say, I want to do this and start it off. You should have a protocol. You should have a protocol, because protocol is the most important thing, useful in many ways, where protocol is it's a guidebook. Protocol is a guidebook or a plan book where you plan what you are going to do here. You're going to do this. I'm going to select my volunteer with this basic variables. I'm going to leave my remove the volunteer if he has these things. This is how I'm going to give my preparation. This is how I'm going to treat him. This is what I'm going to do to him. This is the duration of my treatment. This is the sample size. This is what I do on visit 1. This is what I do on visit 2. Like that, you plan it for 12 weeks, because most of the times in diabetes, when you want to look at the glycosylated hemoglobin, mostly it will be 3 months duration. So this is what I'm going to do. This is how I'm going to collect data. This is where I'm going to write the data that I've collected. This is how I'm going to do analysis. This is what my stats. This all I write down in the plan. That is what we call protocol. And once we finish our protocol, it has to be, it's just like that. Nowadays, there are so many regulations on doing clinical trials or research or whatever it is. So first thing what we have to do is we have to have the approval of the protocol by ethics committee, because we can't do any research in an institute if it is not approved by ethics committee. Now, once your protocol is ready, you have other documents that are needed. Like, let us say you need a case record form for writing the, entering the data that you are going to collect. Then you need a informed consent form. You need an informed consent form that you take from the volunteer who is going to participate in. Like this, all these documents. All this, now if it is a clinical trial, you need so many documents that are submitted to the approving authorities. Who are the approving authorities in India? If it is an academic study that you plan to do yourself, or you plan to invest yourself, or like you plan to put small budget, it's a small budget study where you are going to invest, put up the money, or it can be patient this is investigator initiated studies will be there, where you initiate the study, you take help in budget from other people and do. So all these studies need to be approved by only the ethics committee, but there are some approvals where you need even the government regulatory approvals. You get an approval from the ethics committee. If it is a clinical trial or some other thing, you get approval from the regulatory authority, and then everything is in place. You start implementing the protocol. You start implementing the protocol. You follow the protocol. You follow the protocol very, very seriously. You cannot say if the visit is 1 ± 2 days, it is 1 ± 2 days, not 3 days or something. You have to follow or implement the protocol very strictly. By implementing the protocol, you are going to collect the data. Once you collect the data, you finish this study, you are going to come to an analysis. This analysis plan is already being written in the protocol. Once you start analyzing the data as per the plan that has been written in protocol, you come to some conclusions. So once you come to conclusion, you are going to, is it finished? Is your study finished? You come to you had a question. whether this Ayurvedic preparation is effective in management of diabetes mellitus, you come to a conclusion that it can be an add-on therapy for management of diabetes, or it can be add-on therapy or without any adverse events or anything. So this is our conclusion. Now, do you just sit up? I've done a study. I'm happy that I have done a study. I'm going to sit down. No, you have just completed the 50% of what you want to do. The other 50% is the conclusion saying that this preparation is effective as a add-on therapy in this condition. You have to publish this knowledge, because it's waste of having knowledge and keeping it out to ourselves. What we have to do is we have to spread the knowledge that we have gained through this study. Once you spread the knowledge, people start utilizing the data or the knowledge that has been brought out to you. What is happening with research. Research is not that you just do and keep it in an almirah and lock and keep the key with you. It's like that. You have to publish and you have to make the whole world know what you have done and what is the conclusion that you have come with that question. The reason is that you have done a study on an ex-Ayurvedic preparation. Somebody in the same institute might be also interested in that X preparation. He also wants to do. There's no point in replicating the same study in the institute. It can be in the same city, it can be in the same country or something. So there's no. So once we come to know that this preparation is not useful in management of diabetes, is not useful or useful, we need not replicate the same sort of study somewhere else to do. So one thing you have to do is you have to take your own time in doing each and every step. You can't say I'm going to, you can have timelines that I finish step 1 in 1 week, step 2 in next 10 days, step 3 in 1 month. By the, I have to complete up to step 3 by 1 or 2 months. You just can have a guide, can have a timeline, but it is not a must to stick, because at the end of month, you can't say with whatever data you have, this is the protocol I'm going to do. You should have complete data. It's not the timeline. You should have everything complete. Do not rush in anything while doing a clinical research. This is a small way of how we are going to do research. So just stepwise, locating and defining issues or problems, designing the research project, you get approval, then you collect data, you interpret the data that you have got by doing the study, then you report the research finding. These are just simple ways to say how we are going to conduct your study or a research study. So is it just enough? There's so many things that we have to know. As a principal investigator who is conducting this study, is a backbone or whatever we call for the research that is going to do. So principal investigator is a responsible one. Anything happens in a clinical research. So now I'm planning a study. Anything happens in this study, I'm responsible. If I'm the principal investigator, I'm responsible for everything. Even while the volunteer who is participating in your study is coming to visit the clinic and he has an accident on the road, it is my responsibility. If it is a clinical trial, it is my responsibility of looking after to him. So principal investigator is the backbone of a clinical research or a clinical trial, and if it's a principal investigator initiated study, he is also responsible. But small studies he can do by assuring the study budget from his pocket. Or clinical trial, no need to think about the budget. He has to approve the ethics committee approval. He has to submit the required progress and adverse reports to the ethics committee. He has to ensure that good clinical practices are being followed while conducting the study. And most important thing he has to ensure is that he is not the only one. Suppose I'm doing a research study of my interest. I'm not the only one who is going to be part of conducting the study. I may have my friend in the endocrinology department who will be sending the diabetic patients, and I may have some friends in biochemistry department who are doing the and analyzing the analyzing the blood samples or whatever I send in. So I have to be very cautious, and I have to see that even the people who are part of the study are conducting the study along with me are also following the protocol. The most important thing in a clinical study or research is that we have to see the persons who are performing a clinical study or adhering to the protocol. You can't deviate from the protocol. If you deviate, the answer, the question that you get for the answer will not be accurate. It might be wrong. So what happens if the answer is, suppose now the answer is for my Ayurvedic preparation, the effect on diabetes profile, it might be, so the answer might be wrong. So we have to be very, very careful in seeing that the protocol is being adhered by everybody who is participating in the clinical trial, even by the patient or volunteer who is a part of the study. It's most of the times people say that why should a volunteer even follow the protocol? So volunteer also has to follow the protocol because he has to have regular visits to the clinic. Suppose if I say he has to come after 1 month plus or minus 2 or 3 days, he has to follow the protocol. In this way, we have the principal investigator is responsible for whatever is happening in the research that is being conducted by him. So while thinking about what are the issues that we have for possible responsible conduct of a clinical trial is that most of the times we have to give a justification saying that human subjects are necessary for this study. This is the most responsible conduct. We have to justify. It's not that I want to do this study. It's suppose I want to find the effect of dolo or paracetamol on temperature. Is it necessary? If I am the ethics committee member, I'll reject saying that there is no use or there is no justification to find that paracetamol reduces temperature in a human being. It's already proven. There is no use of further doing the study, and we are going to, because we are going to put human subjects at harm. So it's not necessary. So we have to justify ourselves how we are going to use these human subjects and how we are going to justify the use of human subjects in this trial. Then informed consent is another major thing that is important while doing a study. And before you submit anything to ethics committee, you should have protocol. And the most important thing that you should think about, that if you want to proceed with the study, even before writing the protocol, is the feasibility, whether you can do the feasibility, whether you can do the study at your site or not. Suppose I want, now mine is a hospital of 100 bedded where I'm working. Now I want to do a study that requires PET scanning. It will not be available in the institute. So is it justifiable to send a patient to some other institute or some other place, get the investigation and come back? So these all things we have to think out before even submitting or writing the protocol to the ethics committee. Once you think your protocol is feasible in this site, you start writing the protocol, you submit the protocol. This is IEC ethics committee has its own rules and regulations at that site. How you are going to submit your protocol, what are the forms you need, what are the issues that you need to address before submitting a protocol. So these are all institute-based guidelines that ethics committees follow for you to submit the protocol for ethics committee. And once what happens, if you submit an ethics committee, there are various ways, outcomes of results from the ethics committee. The submission of your protocol might be right forward approved without any changes. The ethics committee can ask, some things can be changed. And other thing is that sometimes, like I was saying, if you want to do a study to find the effect of paracetamol on temperature, if this might be rejected by the ethics committee because we already have knowledge on the effect of paracetamol on temperature. This is how you get a response from ethics committee. Once you get a response from ethics committee, if it is favorable, you start your work. So usually what happens is, most of the times clinical trials will have an initiation process. How we are going to do initiation of a clinical trial, where we are going to discuss more about what are the timelines, how many days you are going to recruit your patients, how many days you are going to recruit your patients. Is it 1 day, 10 days, 100 days? So you can't make it as a 6 months or 1 year period. It has to happen in a reasonable timeline so that you can come to a conclusion without wasting much time. You can't say that I'm going to recruit my patients for 6 months, because in a diabetic study, let us say your minimum duration is 3 months, you'll be still recruiting volunteers, and the initial volunteers will be dropping out of the study after completing the protocol procedures. So next is recruitment requirements and the strategies of how you are going to recruit. So now in a diabetic study, your friend may send from diabetology department, your friends may send from internal medicine. Sometimes what happens is they're not sending you volunteers the way you wanted. You wanted 3 people per day, but nobody is bothered about you. So next what you do is, if I am in the position where I'm not getting required amount of diabetic patients into my study, what I do is I call up my friends, might be my next house person, my neighbor, or someone whom I know while I'm walking. All these things I talk to them that I'm doing a study, I want some volunteers. Where this how I recruit the volunteers easier. What are the strategies I use to recruit the volunteers? This how what you are going to discuss during initiation process. Next is how to handle the data. What are the various methods for you to capture the data? How you are going to handle data? Where you are going to write them? What are the source documents? Where is your case record form? Whether the case record form is a hard copy or nowadays most of them use electronic copy. This all things you have to decide. Then what happens now? Most of the times a gold standard for any research study, a gold standard design of a research study is randomized double-blind prospective study. Now, a gold standard clinical will be randomized and it will be placebo-controlled or standard treatment controlled. Now, how do you randomize the volunteers into various groups into my study? The randomized procedure. And sometimes what happens is that a volunteer has some adverse event or SAE that occurs while he is participating in a clinical trial. So yours may be a placebo controlled. Now, how are you going to break the codes? How are you going to see what treatment the volunteer is receiving? That is what we call code breaking. These all things have to be thought in earlier. It should be written. Everything should be written in the protocol. Now, how we are going to handle the drugs that you are going to distribute? Whether you are going to give them drugs at one time, it's not possible. How we are going once a month, twice a month, 3 times a month? How we are going to handle drug handling to the volunteer? Now you might have brought some 100 tablets. What is the accountability? Day 1, someone comes, you give 30. Day 2, someone comes, you give 30. Now 60 is over. Now you have to have the sufficient quantity of drugs to give for the next few days. So how you account for your drugs, then the storage of drugs, all this should be thought of before starting the study. At the time, once you get the approval, you can think about all these procedures so that it will be easy for you to conduct this study. Now you have your other investigators in medicine department. You can have other investigators. And now when we are talking about diabetology, we have in endocrinology, you can have someone from biochemistry, all this. Now, how are you going to interact with these people? How are you going to send the blood samples to other departments? How you are going to interact? How are they going to give results? All this have to be decided and discussed before starting the study. Laboratory sample handling procedures include sample storage, process, and dispatch, study supplies and documentation. These are some of the things that you think about while initiating the study or just before you take your first volunteer for screening. This is what you do before you start the study or start screening the volunteers. Initiation process is important as it ensures that all logistics are organized. Now you have spoken to your friends in diabetology department who are going to send volunteers. Now, are they going to send volunteers on 6 days of a week because Sunday is a holiday? Are they going to send volunteers on alternators or whatever days? If it is planned, so when suppose they're sending 6 days a week, it's not a problem. You have to be there. Suppose they're sending on Wednesday and Friday, you can be there only on Wednesday and Friday. Other days you can be doing. So this how this initiation process is going to be very useful for us. Now another thing is, now you alone are not doing, someone will be doing. So you may hire a CRA for doing this study. You have to train them on the protocol. You have to train them on all the other prospects of the clinical trial. Documentation in place, drug or whatever is Is it ready? Is being stored properly? Is being accounted properly? Laboratory sampling kits, do you have sufficient number of syringes? Do you have sufficient number of test tubes? Or do you have the instrument to process the sample? All this should be thought of before. This is how initiation of a clinical trial will help you in keeping everything in place. Because once you start, you can't keep your volunteers sitting in the clinic and searching the whole hospital for a syringe to draw his blood, or you don't have a tourniquet for tying so that you can. So all these things should be ready before you even start screening the first volunteer. Post initiation, you are going to start the study. You are going to see, one most important aspect is that you have to follow the protocol as it is. You can't even change even a small, you can't have a comma, you can't have a full stop, you can't change all this. You have to follow your protocol to the T, so that when you follow the protocol, the data that you collect for the protocol and the results you get by following the protocol will be correct, because you have followed something. So there are many challenges in conducting a study. Now my plan was to recruit my volunteers in first 3 months. Now I finished 2.5 months, sample size is 90. I finished 2.5 months. My friend from endocrinology, my friend in medicine department is not sending me patient. Now what should I do? I have only 15 days to complete another 30 or 40 patients. What should I do? So these all things, these challenges should be thought of from day one. You can't say you can't wait for 2.5 months to know what is the strategy of recruiting the patients. You have to guess everything. First week 10 patients, second week 20 patients, like that you have to improve. Suppose in second week you are getting less number of volunteers than the first week, there's some problem in recruitment. So what you're going to do, you're going to discuss with the people who are going to send the volunteers. You're going to you are going to change your strategy for recruitment. So you are not only depending on them, you can ask your friends, you can ask your other colleagues from the institute to send diabetic patients. Like this, you have to be very, very careful in. And there are so many challenges. Recruitment of the volunteer. Now I got 90 volunteers into my study in first 2 months. Now how do I, now second visit. Now my plan is to have all the 90 volunteers to come back to the second visit. Now how do I do it? Somebody might be going out of town. Somebody might be going out of. So this challenge of retaining the patients in the study should be there from the day one. How do I maintain the study? Maintain the volunteers in the study. Now, when I think of that, the most important thing is that I usually take volunteers who are around my institute. Suppose I'm living, you are in Chennai, I'm in Hyderabad. Now, if they're within the limits of city, it's easy for them to come. Suppose if they're out of the city, is it easy for them to come? Yes, it might be easy, but they have to have some dedication from themselves to come to the study or participate. So now this how I think about recruitment. Now I'll take people from the city limits, or I have some friends or somebody who is out of the city, but still they're willing to come, I take them. Now, all the people in the city doesn't mean they're going to come. Now what I'm going to do, I have some people yet to come for my second visit or third visit, but there is just 1 or 2 days in my window period for them to come. So what I do, if they're not coming, there are 2 doors made left. What I can do is I can call them up and ask them what they're doing when they are coming. Like this, I have to see that all my volunteers have to return for all the visits. So this how you keep the volunteers in the study, how you retain the volunteers. So volunteer is okay. Next is, what are the source documents? How do I collect the source documents? Where do I store them? How do I transfer the data that is present on the source documents to the case record form, which might be hard copy or soft copy? How this another challenge, because you can't lose even a single paper or data. Then how do you do the investigation? Might be biochemistry, might be pathology, how do you, there are so many things to be. So these are all the challenges while conducting a study. Once you this is very, it doesn't mean that with this many challenges it will be very difficult to see. Once you start the process, or once you have a system in a place, it's very easy to conduct a study. So with these challenges, you can conduct a study, and you should be prepared for anything, for everything in a clinical research. So doing a clinical research, it doesn't mean that you can do what you want. There's some small ethics that you have to follow. All the times, the benefits should be more than the risks. Before you, this for you to think about. Benefits should be always more than the risks when you want to initiate a study or you want to write a protocol. Some of the research ethics that you have is honesty. It's very, very important. Objectivity, integrity. Integrity is most important because even the data that you collect might be influenced, and the results also can be influenced with integrity. Carefulness, very, very important. Openness. Openness is that might not be suppose you have some side effects of the drug. You have to be very open, and you have to discuss with the volunteer during the informed consent process that your drug is going to cause these side effects. You have to inform him. Respect for intellectual property. I think this is the most thing that we don't respect so much, because sometimes what happens is that suppose you are using a, let us say, a scale, like some forms or something, we have to get permission from the owner or whoever is having the rights over that, and then do the study. So like that, we have to respect the intellectual property rights. Confidentiality is very, very important. Responsible publication, responsible mentoring, respect for colleagues, because you are getting your volunteers from them. Social responsibility, non-discrimination. I think you can understand what is non-discrimination. Competence, legality, and human subjects participation. These are some of the ethics that should be followed. So these only some. Don't think these are only the research ethics. These are only some of the research ethics that should be followed while writing a. So is it necessary only to follow this while conducting a study? No. It starts right from the time that you think of a question that you want to do research on. It from this time, ethics will come into. You just can't copy your question from somebody and do this study. So responsible conduct of clinical research, you have to follow good clinical practice. Conflict of interest is very, very important, and incentive payments to the volunteer. Most of the times you have to pay only the payments, transport allowances. So while you are doing a research study, there are some regulations to be followed. In India, we have worldwide, all the regulations are GCP, good clinical practices. Then we have our regulatory body, CDSCO, another regulatory body. Most of the times, if you are doing a investigator-initiated study, most of the times we have to follow ICMR guidelines also, and guidelines on bioethics. And local or regional in your institute, who is going to regulate your research? It is the ethics committee. These are the people who are going to regulate your research. So just I want to just share some points on good clinical practices. Here, this good clinical practices is not only for the investigator who is going to conduct the study. It is for the institutional ethics committee. It is for the it tells about what a ethics committee, how a ethics committee should be formed, how ethics committee should run its business, how it should be constituted, who can constitute, how many members are there, who can be the chairperson, who can be the various members, what is the minimum quorum, what are the eligibilities of a members to be the person to be member of it. All this will be, this is a guideline, will be, it will be there in the good clinical practices. What are the responsibilities? What are the responsibilities of the investigator? What are the responsibilities of the sponsor? What are the responsibilities of a licensing authority? All this will be there in the good clinical practices. It also says how you should write a clinical trial protocol, what are the amendments and how you should proceed, when you can do an amendment, how you should do an amendment, should the amendment be approved from the ethics. All this will be given in good clinical. These are only guidelines. Investigator brochure is another thing where it says that you should have for every study, even if it is a investigator initiated study, you should have an investigator brochure. Investigator brochure is nothing but the product on which you want to do this investigation or question that you have. Now I say I have an Ayurvedic product on which I want to know whether it is having some influence on diabetic profile. So investigator brochure will contain all the information or all the research that has been done on that Ayurvedic product. Now, most of the times it's a clinical trial, essential documents that should be there. Usually these are grouped into 3 groups. Before the study, what are the essential documents? During the study, what documents should be added on to the documents that are already available? And at the end of study, what are the documents that should be in place so that we can say my study is complete? These are guidelines that help you in all the things. But we have new drug and clinical trial rules which are effective from 19th March 2019, and there is no option. You can't say this is, and you can't say I'm not following any of the rule. If somebody says you are not following the rule, you are liable to be punished or you are liable to be fined. So this new drug rules, just to summarize, we have around 13 chapters. Again, it is same as what we say in good clinical practices. These are rules that have been framed by Government of India, and you have to comply with each and everything, every rule. I think there are almost 107 rules in this, with again sub rules in each of the 107 rules. You have 11 chapters of this. For us, if it is a principal, if I am initiating a study, I want to do a study as per my knowledge, my competence, I have to follow rule number 4, which says about biomedical and health research. Then most of the other things are for clinical trials, which is important when you are doing a clinical trial. So we have around 13 chapters, and we have 8 schedules. So here for a PG student, the most important thing is here what is first schedule, second schedule, third schedule, fourth, fifth, sixth schedule, 7th and 8th. 7th is important because you're going to determine the compensation that you are going to pay to a volunteer in case of injury or death in a clinical trial. And 8th schedule is CT forms, how you apply to the government, how you get the response from the government. All these things are there in the schedules. Again, you have some tables which are necessary. In this, most important thing is informed consent. Most of the studies you have to write an informed consent. So how should an informed consent look like? What are the minimum data that should be there in informed consent? That is very important, because we have to see this informed consent, and you have to have all the elements of the informed consent while we are putting up writing the informed consent. All the elements as per table 3 of new rules should be there when you prepare. So when most of the students are preparing an informed consent, they can download this thing and just modify this informed consent based on your need for need of the study needs. Then you have another thing, table 6, structure, content, format of clinical trial report. This table 2, it's a protocol. What are the contents of the protocol? So if students are writing protocol for their academic purposes or for their thesis, what they can do is that they can just see this table. Table 2, it mentions about the contents of the protocol for conducting clinical trials. You see this table 2, what are the headings, what are the subheadings that should be there in the protocol. The same things can be written in your thesis work, so that you get a knowledge of how a protocol will be looking in a clinical trial. So this table 2 is important. Table 3 for informed consent. Table 4 again for clinical trials. Then format of clinical trial report, how you investigator brochure. But for a student who wants, or for a person who wants to do a clinical a research study, he has to start practicing writing protocol and writing informed consent as per regulations that are put up in new drug rules. So 4th schedule, all this is waste, not in the sense that way. It is most of for clinical trial, what are the forms that we have. We have around 8 schedules are there, and 8 schedules have their own tables. And at the end, we have a 8th schedule where there are various clinical trial forms, around 27 clinical trial forms, which are necessary. So this is how our new drug and clinical trial looks like. So annexure is there, factor for calculating amount of compensation. So these are the knowledge. This is the knowledge that you should have as a student for conducting a clinical research. But ability to conduct research is a critical skill. and you should have the passion to conduct a research. And that passion, if you are a student, the topic most of the times will be related to your guide's interest. But once you are a staff, what you should do is you should have a passion to do whatever you want to do. You select what is your interest, so that you have more knowledge, more critical skills in doing that research. So just to summarize, it's a pre-writing thing, pre-writing a protocol. You have a roadmap for writing. That roadmap is nothing but a protocol. You pre-write, you think I should. So pre-writing doesn't mean, it means mostly that these are the subheadings, these are the things that you share. Then you draft the protocol. Once you draft a protocol, you give it to your friends. Now, if I draft a protocol, I'll show it to somebody. So they will give your inputs. Suppose we might be having less knowledge on some treatment things. So they'll help you out. They'll review your protocol. They'll make it better. Once the protocol is ready, it is submitted for approval to the ethics committee. Once approved, you start conducting the study. You first, before starting the study, you see that you have everything in the place. You have your logistics in place, and then start screening the first volunteer. You conduct your study, you store your documents, you store your ECRF in a very good manner so that it can be easily taken out, whatever you want to do. Once you have done your study, you start analyzing your study, you come to a conclusion, and just, I finished my study, it doesn't mean that you have only finished 50% of your research. So once you have your conclusion, you are going to present it somewhere, where by presenting somewhere, you are going to share the knowledge that you have gained in that subject. So it may not be replicated somewhere. Once you present the study, you have completed your research. So these are the some ways of how you are going to initiate and conduct your study. So thanks for the, thanks for the opportunity given for sharing some of my knowledge. Questions? I don't know how we are going to answer. So just a last part which I want to say is that we are conducting the 14th annual conference of Indian Society of Rational Pharmacotherapeutics in the month of November 11th and 12th. We have a pre-conference workshop. The theme for that is Advanced Pharmacological Concepts for Rational Pharmacotherapeutics. I take this opportunity to welcome you to register as delegates in this. I take this opportunity to thank everybody. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful and enlightening speech. Now it's the time for any doubt clearing.
I was thinking that everybody was sleeping.
So we'll go to the next session of today. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem. Okay.
Our next speaker of the day is Dr. Jayashree Kathiresan, D-level scientist at National Institute of Epidemiology, ICMR, Chennai, NIE, where she is involved in the design, conduct, analysis, and reporting of epidemiological and operational research studies, teaching and training in master's level public health programs and other courses organized at NIE. Madam has received many awards and certificates in the field of preventive and social medicine. She has many publications to her credit in many national and international journals. She has completed numerous projects and authored various chapters in textbooks. She was also the mentor or facilitator in many training programs in the field of software handling, data analysis, and data entry. She was also the guest speaker of many conferences and symposia. We welcome you, madam, to give your valuable input in mastering the art of scientific writing. Welcome, madam.
Thank you, ma'am, for the generous introduction. Can you confirm that I'm audible? Dr. Sujat Kumar, can you kindly check your mic? We are able to hear you. Dr. Sujat. Organizers, can you please handle this? Thank you. Doctor, the organizer, can you please confirm the timing I have, because I was scheduled to start at 10:15 and the next speaker is supposed to be, I can see he is already online. I don't want intruding into his time also. So can you confirm how much time I have, because he has to start at 11:10 as per your schedule is what I see. Can you confirm?
And 30 to 40 minutes, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, you can take 35 to 40 minutes, ma'am.
Yeah, I heard. Thank you. Thank you. So Dr. Rajesh Kumar, who's the next speaker, kindly bear with me. I hope to wind up in 30 minutes so that you are able to take off with minimal delay. Thanks to the previous speaker, Dr. Reddy, for giving us an overview of the very practical aspects of how to initiate and conduct a research study. My topic is going to be on scientific writing. You've given it a very lofty title of saying mastering the art of scientific writing. I'm sure the only way to master scientific writing is to keep writing as many articles or reviewing articles and keep writing. That's the only way to master it. So I hope to be able to put out some basics of scientific writing. And I understand that a sizable number of participants are postgraduates who are fairly early in their research career. And I hope they get some useful tips out of the presentation. So before I go into the session objectives, can I request participants to give me the one major reason why they probably don't write or publish as much as they are expected to or as they want to. In other words, what are the major barriers that you face in scientific writing, in writing articles or your thesis or whatever? I have the chat window open so I can look at your responses. Lengthy process. Yes, so true. So true. Somebody says, Dr. Sujat says it's a very lengthy process. Any more inputs on, yeah, time consuming, not sure how to start. Yes, we do not know where to begin. Selecting the topic, approvals from the committee, plagiarism. Are you afraid of plagiarism or are other people stealing your work? Is that what you worry about? Because both are very genuine worries. Some of us are so inadvertently, used to a copy pasting culture that we end up committing plagiarism. And very often your own work gets stolen or this idea theft also. Any other reasons why, scientific writing is not the first thing you think you want to take up? Yes, lack of infrastructure. Maybe you do not have the kind of infrastructure for skill set developing or for going through the process that the previous speaker had elaborated upon. Yeah. Going through the process of approvals and then writing it up and publishing and presenting. Yes, we were not introduced. Yes, little encouragement from peers. I think that's a very valid point, because it's more of a culture in the institute where you are in, and it takes a few people to start publishing, and it's a very infectious habit, and people can take it up from each other. It is a culture. You can see some institutes are doing really good because there is a critical number of people who are working on it. They collaborate and they work on it, and they bring out very fantastic outputs. Yes. We were not used to. Yes, it is not something that we are told as important quite early in our medical career. And most medical undergraduates, I mean, these days they're doing much, much better though. But most medical undergraduates, for that reason, are not introduced to the idea of scientific writing, or that they have to publish, that they have to write. They're so still caught up on distinction and honor and stuff like that. Yes, funding. Yes, you secure funding for your project itself is difficult, and then there are article processing charges in some open access journals, and yes, funding can be an issue. That's great. Thank you for the participation. Being afraid of our writing going in vain in case we can't get journals from. Yes, but that's the risk we take all the time in life. We all got married, for heaven's sake. What were we expecting? We got married, we had children. What were we expecting? We invested more energy there than in most other things. So yeah, being afraid of our writing, I think that's one of the right reasons why you are here in today's workshop, to get an idea so that it all doesn't go in vain, and you do it the way you are supposed to. So at the end of thank you very much for all your participation and inputs. So I hope to give you an overview of how to organize the ideas logically and sequentially in a defined structure, how to, give it all a shape by adding additional information, and how overall you can articulate your content to deliver the message that you want to deliver. Scientific writing is basically storytelling. There are so many different ways in which you can tell a story, but if it doesn't reach the reader, if it does not deliver the message it is intended to convey, then it goes in vain. So we basically need to take the reader along with you, tell them what you did and how you did, what you found, and what it all means. So it's basically storytelling. Those of you with children at home, you can take a lesson from them on how to sequentially and logically narrate a story. So we will skip the mandatory definitions and all. So when do you actually start writing? So you've seen on initiation and conduct of research. So now we are seeing when you begin to write, you at least have the product of analysis. You have your tables and figures. Usually this is the starting point, and this is a great starting point to start writing your article. Go over and over again your tables and figures and fix on those 2 to 3 central ideas or the key message that you're going to convey at the end of your article, and then weave your article around it. So have an outline of the argument. You started off with this objective, and these are 1, 2, 3. Okay, any elaborate article can't have more than 2 to 3 major messages. Okay, and when you have them in sight, and you will have them in sight only when you know the tables and figures of your paper like the back of your hand. And when you have them in sight, it's all about narrating it in sequence and putting forth your logic. So we stick to the IMRD structure, the introduction, where you say why you started off with this work. You talk about the methods, what did you do? You talk about the results as to what did you find. And discussion, you speak about how it all comes together and what it all means. So I was hoping to take you through a demo with an article. So those of you who are on you have an additional device next to you, you can pick up an article of your choice, or I'll give you a moment. You can look up this article. It is open access. It is available in the internet for you to, follow the rest of the lecture. Okay, it's in Public Health Action. If you put Public Health Action and if you search by my name, you will get this article. So if you see the introduction section, the main function for it is to zoom in. There are so many things on the reader's mind. He or she has to zoom into the research topic. You have to help them do that. You give a background about the research topic. You highlight, these are the gaps. Okay, so this is this research topic. These are the knowledge gaps. And then you say why it is necessary to fill the knowledge gaps. Can't we live with them? So you have to tell why it is necessary, and that becomes the rationale for your study. Okay, as to why this research has to be done. And then you write your specific objectives. So your introduction starts with a broad background. What is known in literature about the topic? What is the knowledge gap that exists? Why this knowledge gap has to be filled? And you finally state the specific objectives of your study. There could be so many knowledge gaps. You're not filling all of them. There are some specific objectives which you plan to meet. So if you look at this article, the first paragraph is about zooming in. We are talking about TB in general and giving some idea. Then we're giving background because this paper is about TB diagnostics. We're giving some background about that. The next third paragraph is about the knowledge gap. What is it we do not know? And the last paragraph tells us what I seek to achieve by carrying out this research study. And I finish off with a line that specifies the objectives. Okay, the objectives have to be very clearly written because it sets the expectation. Somebody who reads your objective will expect that you answer the objectives in the form of certain results later in your paper. In the methods section, you tell what you actually did. Okay, and this you do in very, very simple terms because anybody who reads it, even a non-subject expert, has to understand what you have done. It has to reflect on the credibility and reliability. See, if you're not sure of what you've done, you're not going to be able to narrate it very clearly. So a clearly written method section tells me that this person is very clear what he or she has done. He or she is confident. Okay, and method section outline can vary from study to study. In a typical original article, these are the headings you have. You give the study settings. You could have international readers. You could have readers from other states. They need to understand the context in which the study has been done. Then you talk about the study design. You talk about operational definitions. How have you defined certain variables in your study? You define your sampling strategy, how people were sampled, how many were sampled, what study procedures were carried out, were there lab techniques, were there interviews, how was it all done? How was the data managed? How was it collected, analyzed, and then human participants protection. You heard a lot about the ethics committee approvals, So yes, you have a separate section. Most journals ask for a separate section on human participants protection as to what principles you adhere to. So if it helps, put out your subheading so that it makes it easy for me as a reader. Say, let us say I come to read your article and I have fairly an idea what methods you've used, but I'm particularly interested in the data analysis section. So when you put it out with subheadings, I am easily able to skim through your article and land in that particular paragraph rather than losing interest and skipping over because you've written paragraph after paragraph. In the results section, you present the study findings. You give tables, figures, images. Use a combination, use the most effective combination of all of them. Do not overlap because most of us, that too, if you see some of the postgraduate theses, they are very disheartening. There's a line stating that there are 50% males, 50% females. Then there is a pie diagram that shows exactly the same thing. Then there is a bar diagram which shows bar chart that shows the same thing. So please don't repeat yourself, okay? Because scientific writing or any writing for that matter is about effectively delivering the message and don't repeat yourself there. If you've put something in a table already, then don't write everything that is there in the table again in the results. Give the most key finding that somebody should not miss in the table. Give that in the text, and for the rest, you can always refer the reader to the table. It helps if you put yourself in the reader's perspective, because as the researcher, you tend to fall in love with what you have done. You want to go on and on about it. Don't do that. The reader has limited time and comes with different levels of background knowledge about the research topic that you're talking about. So you have to come out with the most efficient way of presenting the information to the readers. There are no interpretations or comments in the results section. You do not interpret your results. You just state the findings, okay? So let us say the mortality in your study population was 10%. You just state it and leave it there. You do not comment on whether it is high or why it is this number. You don't do that in your results section, because that is what you're supposed to do in the discussion section. So if you see the results here, I have presented subheadings here in the results also. And if you see, we generally follow the same subheading, so that I know in the methods I said that I will be measuring this indicator using this. So about that indicator, there will be a paragraph in the results. Okay, so this is how I've used tables, figures, and a combination of with text to effectively present the results. Then we have the discussion section. So you give a summary of findings. The first 3 to 4 sentences is a brief summary of what you found in your study, and not without too many numbers. Then you interpret and infer. Okay, see, most of us make the mistake in the first research project. We again do another review of literature. I found this, they found that. I found this, but they did not find that. That is not why you write a discussion section. A discussion is the most original contribution of yours to your research article. You tell the reader what you think about your findings, as to what it means to the study context, why you think you came up with a finding, and what are your inferences. So what? I found this in my study. So what? That is the question we're trying to answer. Discussion. So there is no copy pasting that is ever going to happen in the discussion section, because these are your original interpretations of whatever you found in your study. Yes, there is scope to compare with other studies. We definitely do that. You're not the first one researching on the topic. So as a reader, I'm also interested in knowing how your study results compare and contrast with other seminal studies that have happened in a similar context. Okay. And of course you compare, but simply you don't say, I found this, they found that. You try to reason, okay, why you agreed, why your findings agree or disagree with somebody else's finding. But I understand the major chunk of your discussion is for your interpretations and possible inferences from your study results. Then you talk about the strengths and limitations of the study. Some of the journals also want you to start the discussion section with the strengths and limitations. They believe that when you state it upfront, I know that this study is suffering from these limitations, so I know how much weightage I have to give the results, or what limitations I have to bear in mind when I interpret the results. Then you give conclusions. Okay, 1 or 2, maximum 2 conclusions is what you can come out with. And this conclusion should be a statement that exactly answers your research question. You started off with a question and this conclusion, and I'm talking quite literally, when I read the conclusion and I read your research question, this should answer that. Or for that matter, if you've written your objectives, your conclusion should answer that. Then based on your conclusions, you write the recommendations. I found this, it means this to my study context. So I conclude this is what is happening and I recommend this. This is how you go about it. Don't write lofty recommendations that are not drawing from your study results. Most often people try to do that, and some people recommend, you can recommend future research. That is very much possible, but don't write it as a conclusion. I mean, you didn't have to do the study to conclude that there is need for more research. Okay. So if you see the first paragraph here is just 2 sentences, which are summarizing the findings, key findings of the study. Then there is a lot of interpretation and inference happening. I'm also comparing my findings with other studies. And then in conclusion, I am trying to answer the research question that I started off with. So we've finished the IMRD structure. We'll look at the abstract or summary. So this is basically a miniature manuscript, and we know we live in a generation of attention deficit. I still admire the hope of people who set up, lengthy sessions. It's very, very difficult, day-long sessions. Even I myself am not able to sit through sessions. So this attention deficit generation is going to wants to read very little and wants to get all the information right from there. So somebody who picks up a journal skims through the titles. And if the title is interesting, they probably read the abstract. So that is the most read part of a manuscript. So please invest time in your in writing your abstract that is going to catch the eye. It's basically a miniature manuscript. It can be structured or unstructured, and anywhere between 100 to 350 words. By structured and unstructured, I mean a structured abstract pretty much has the same similar subheadings as the manuscript. It has a background, it has objectives, results, and probably conclusions. You don't have a discussion section in the abstract, but there are other sections are there. The subsections can vary. An unstructured paragraph is just one chunk of a paragraph without any subheadings. Some journals can want you to give what you call a plain language summary. That is you narrating your research findings to the common man. And I think it is the responsibility of every researcher. We draw from the government's resources. We're using participants to conduct the study. So it is our responsibility to be able to communicate our research findings in plain language without using scientific jargon. Okay. So this you see is a structured abstract. It has background, methods, results, and conclusion. Then you have the keywords. See, keywords basically help indexers, index your article correctly. So keywords also help people who search for your article so that you get relevant papers. So keywords have to convey what your paper is about, what your article is about. Okay, so that when somebody somewhere sits in a search engine and keys in that word, your article should show up in the search results. So specifying keywords effectively means you get more reads. And if your article is also good and very scientifically relevant, then you also get more citations. References, all sources of information that are not your own original ones will have to be, you have to give due credit to where it came from. So except for your results section, you're going to have all other sections having references, or you are going to refer or cite articles from where you have gotten that information. So there are various styles of references. I'm sure you're aware of that. My recommendation to you is, if you already do not know to use a bibliography management software, many of them are available open source. Please learn to use it already. Manual referencing is a thing of the past. So please try to, and these courses are available on YouTube. You just have to, key in the name of the bibliography management software and you can train yourself in that. So you will have a reference list at the end, and within the text, you will have in-text citations. Okay, so the in-text citations can be numbered or author date depending on the style that you are using. So now you have understood the structure. There's IMRD. Now you have to see how to organize your ideas within this structure. So your ideas have to be logical and sequential. You can't go all non-linear with your ideas. You talk about something in the introduction, you've done something else in the methods, and you're discussing something else in the discussion. And it is not very uncommon for researchers to do that, because you don't proceed in the same direction, right? You write up a proposal, then there is a long period before approvals, then you actually do it. And by the time you get motivation to sit and write, your mind is not as fresh as it was when you conceived this research, okay? So it helps to have something, what we generally recommend, what's called an argument matrix, which can help you organize your ideas, even within your structure. You got the structure right, IMRD, but within the structure, it cannot be all haphazard. So an argument matrix basically helps you develop your ideas. And if you remember, I said there could be 2 to 3 central ideas to your article. Like in the article that I gave you as reference, I'm talking about TrueNAT as a new diagnostic method for TB. I want to see how effective it is in giving me extra yield of patients. And I want to see whether it can be integrated into the existing national program. Now, let us say these 3 are my central ideas. Now, this is exactly what I will talk about in the introduction. So in the introduction, I will sensitize, I will set up the reader to expect content about these 3 topics. I'll say something about TB and the program in the country. I'll talk about TrueNAT as diagnostic method. I will talk about whether it will yield extra. And I will talk about, what are the challenges in generally integrating a new diagnostic method into a program. Then in the methods, again, I will talk about these 3 ideas and in the same order. I will tell how I'm planning to measure these three in my study. I'll do the same in the results. What are the results about the first idea? What do I know about how much it is yielding extra? What do I know about how it can be integrated into the program based on my study findings? The same I do in the discussions and limitations. I discuss my findings around the first idea first, then the second, then the third. Similarly, in every subsection. Now, if you think that this is common sense, yes, it is common sense, and it is also the rarest sense. It's easy to get lost in your own paper. So stick to a template and fit your ideas logically and sequentially within the template. Okay. So generally, when writing, you will go like this. You will finish the first three ideas in the introduction. Then you will finish the same ideas in the methods in the same order, in the results, discussion, and limitations. Okay. In all the sections, basically. Now, we've seen the sections. You have some optional sections. You have highlights. Some journals ask for it. You have research in context, and you have graphical abstract. So highlights is basically similar to abstract, but you give only the key findings and bulleted. They are bullet points which give the key findings. What is the, the major thing that is the reason why somebody should read your article? Research in context, basically, how do you position your research findings? So you tell what is already known, what is the evidence before the study, and what is the added value of your study, how your study findings fit in the overall context. Graphical abstract could be animations or could be just pictures which summarize. I'm sure pharmacologists in the group relate to it better than public health experts like I do, because it's a very handy tool. You could have a single picture representing the entire study finding. We also have something called a video abstract, where you can have a brief video of a minute or two, and some journals even award the best video abstract of the month or something like that. So we have a sizable number of postgraduates, and you will all be writing your thesis. And thesis is mandatory versus manuscript writing. I think manuscript also is, for the most part, mandatory for your ascent in your career. Thesis is led by the student himself or herself. It's mentored by a guide. There are strict timelines that you work with a thesis. It's bound by university rules. So you have to stick to whatever your university says the rule is. You can always convert your thesis as a manuscript. In fact, I understand that there are some universities that mandate that you, before the completion of your course, you essentially write a manuscript out of your thesis, which I would say is an excellent idea, because thesis is the first original research that most of us do. So, you should get into the habit then itself that it's your first research, and you are the, the student or the resident doctor is the primary researcher, and you should get that habit of converting your research finding into a publishable paper. I always try to reinforce that publishing is not optional. The fact that you've conducted a research puts a major responsibility on you to also disseminate findings. Research has to be done only if it will be disseminated. If nobody is going to learn from the knowledge that you generated, then it's just waste of money and everybody's time that you are spending in doing research. So I will definitely skip this. So we will come to the second objective, which is on furnishing additional information. So which is also contributing to the lengthy process that someone said. So you've written the manuscript. There's a lot of processing and, Tamil you can call patti tinkering that you have to do before you go and publish it. So you develop a title page. You write up a cover letter where you address to the editor of the journal that you are submitting to, and you say, this is what I'm putting out. You acknowledge your sources of funding. You declare any conflict of interests. You list author contributions, which is to say all journals now require that you specify which author exactly contributed to what in your manuscript or research work. This is very, very essential. This is to avoid basically guest and ghost authorship. We need people who fit the authorship criteria, the ICMJE criteria. Then if there are appendices, you put the appendices. There could be supplementary files if you cannot stuff your article because there is a table and figure number limit on journals. You can always give them as supplementary files. And acknowledge people who have contributed to your research but did not qualify for authorship. So I would just take you to the next. So title page, I've already told you it. You specify the title, you list the authors, corresponding author. Corresponding author is the one who will hold all responsibility for future correspondences about the article. Word count, keywords, a short running title. You pack the additional information, and please don't think it all goes waste in your article. It gets populated in this way. I hope you're able to see the author related details, the affiliations, all that you do. Okay. See, when you start submitting it in the submission system, the initial 3 or 4 times you may find it very laborious. Then you will do it at spinal level. You will barely put your heart into it. The submission happens, at spinal level. So do not get discouraged because it took you. I remember the first time I submitted an article, it took me half a day to understand that submission system. There were so many mistakes I was making. I did not know what my first name is. I did not know what my surname is. I did not have a surname, for heaven's sake. So wrapping your head around the submission system can take its own time. So go through the process once or twice with patience, then you will do it easily. Plagiarism, definitely do it before submission. You can take the help of any software that your institute has subscribed to, a licensed version of it, and get it done. I will wrap up with some general tips to make your scientific writing clearer. It's different. Many of us, we do creative writing also. So this is a different ball game. There are not as many adjectives. In fact, we say that very good scientific articles don't have any adjectives at all. You're not using flowery language here. We're not here for that. Use simple, specific, and necessary words only. If you can replace a complex word with a simple word, then please stick to it. Use that one only. Use consistent terminology. Use inclusive, non-offensive language. Now, this is a thing most journals in their submission process, they make you explicitly state that you have used inclusive language and that you've not used offensive language. Use precise word order. Avoid passive voice. Own up what you're writing. Okay, so write it in the active voice. Avoid long winding sentences. They don't fit very well into scientific writing. It just discourages the reader. As it is, we all find difficult to read articles. Don't make it even more difficult for people by using, some people write one paragraph in one sentence. The paragraph starts and ends with one sentence. Please do not do that. Always, you could use software. There are software that are available to do your spell check, your grammar check, your sentence structure, and punctuation. We are not native English speakers, so it's not our first language. So please take help. Please, use a software or get a colleague who is good in it, who's willing to do it for you. Otherwise, stick to a software to get it done. Please refer to the formatting guidelines of your of the journal that you are submitting to, so that you avoid multiple back and forth between the journal office and you saying that this is not okay, correct this and send and all that. The 6 S's will be simple, short, structured, sequential, strong, and specific. So these are the 6 S's of scientific writing that we say. Review drafts. Once you've written a draft, a complete draft, please don't fall in love with it and don't try to avoid revising it. The more the number of revisions, the better the final output is going to be. Collaborate with people, bother your colleagues, eat their brains, tell them to read your article, take critical comments, revise it. Okay. Don't hesitate to collaborate or discuss with people. That is the only way we all grow. And my take-home messages for you will be identify 2 to 3 central messages in your article. Get that first, okay? Because you cannot write an article about a research topic which you don't understand or which you don't know. It should haunt your dreams. You should know your tables and figures. You should know the results of your article by heart. You should know it so thoroughly that this is exactly what I want to convey in this article. Now let me sit and write it, and take the help of the IMRD structure, take the help of the argument matrix. All that is fluffing, but nothing can substitute, your lack of understanding of your own research. Okay. Improve your writing style, and that will happen whether you like it or not. It will happen when you start writing many articles. So initially you can be very generous and offer to edit the articles of your colleagues, take it from them, do it for them and give. Okay. Adhere to guidelines, write, review and revise. Don't hesitate to put yourself through multiple reviews and revisions. So that was my time, and I know I've been a little fast, but I was working against time. So if you have any queries, I don't want to take the time of the next speaker. So you can put it in the chat box. I'll be here around for some time. Or if you have any urgent queries that you want to ask now in the meeting also, I'm fine to take that. Either way is fine. I'll be around here for some time to I will be here around to respond to any queries that you have in the chat box also. Thank you, organizers, and congratulations are due to the winners of, I saw the presentations. It's a good start, so go back home, all those who won, please go and sit and write out that as an article. Don't stop with the presentation. Presentation and awards are immediate gratification, but this is going to be out there always. So please sit back and write your article always. Yeah. Thank you for the time. Over to the organizers.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for the beautiful and informative and brainstorming session where you discussed all the aspects of scientific writing in a very easy to understand manner. And I'm sure that the winners will be very much encouraged by your words. I'm sure that they will take your message. Thank you, madam. Thank you once again. And as madam said, any doubts can be clarified by asking or in the chat box. So shall we?
Organizers, if I may just take 10 more seconds. I'm sharing the link to NIE has a course on scientific writing for health researchers. It's a free course. It's self-paced and you will receive a certificate at the end of the course. So I'm posting the link to join that course. It wouldn't take much of your time to complete that course, but all the information that I conveyed today in a much more detailed manner, we would have covered it in that course. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Kindly share it. The link is available in the chat box. Thank you once again, madam. We'll go to the next academic session for today. Our next speaker of the day, Dr. G Rajesh Kumar, belongs to our own department, Department of Pharmacology, Kilpatrick Medical College. He is an alumnus of Government Kilpatrick Medical College and did his PG from Madras Medical College. He was a university gold medalist in MD Pharmacology. He is an avid learner and teacher who keeps his students mesmerized with his lectures. He has many publications to his credit. We welcome you, sir, to share with us your viewpoint on the challenges faced by authors in today's scenario. Welcome, sir.
Good morning to all. First of all, I'd like to thank our Professor Dr. Aruna Madam, Associate Professor Dr. Sharmila Madam, and other faculties who are given present on this important and interesting topic in the challenges faced by the authors in today's scenario. I start my presentation with the slide. During the registration process itself, we asked any difficulties faced by the authors for publishing journals for the participants. So this is the responses we got. That is, as expected, many of us has problems in the selecting a suitable journal. So we get most of the responses for that. There is many of us has problems in selecting a suitable journal for publication. And other responses, there is lack of time and time taken for publication. And there is authorship, whom to give authorship. And some have responded with paraphrasing. And some mentioned the cost of the journal. And what to do when there is a rejection. And mentioned sorry for the question. There is some going. We will. Some of us mentioned others as the response, which includes that is they said they have the problems in writing about the methodology, results, discussion, etc. And actually, these are mainly the problem for writing a scientific writing rather than the publishing the journal. These problems already Jayashree madam has very well explained about. So coming to the main topic, challenge faced by the authors. I made my presentation among the, with these topics. That is, I divided my topic based on NMC, current regulations and indexing agencies, predatory journals, and what is plagiarism, what is the cost and time taken for publication, whom to give authorship, what is the reviewer role and workload about the reviewer, and corrections and rejections given by the we got whenever we submit our manuscript to the journals, and a few words about whistleblowers and their intention. So first we can start with the NMC regulations. So this is the main thing, main challenges faced by us mainly today. So NMC has given the regulations regarding journal publications, and it changes from time to time. Actually, when we see from 2009 to 2022, it's just like going on a roller coaster ride. We can see what happened in 2009. Only the first author of the research publication published by national associations or societies of the respective specialties was accepted. But in 2010, the credit was given to 2 authors. Before 2015, there is only benefit of application, benefit of journal publication was given. But after 2013 and 14, the publication becomes mandatory. So from 2015, the guidelines given was indexing agents were fixed for the publications, and 2 authors were given credit. Only original research article was accepted. Only specialty printed journal published by a national or international publisher was accepted. In 2017, it is again changed from first and second author to the first and corresponding author. In 2020, that is which is followed now. Actually, some leniency. It seems that some leniency was given. That is, more authors were given credit. That is, first 3 authors and the corresponding author were given credit. Totally 4 authors were given credit, and more types of articles were included along with the original article, like systematic reviews, meta-analysis, and case series. The phases printed journal and national or international journal were removed, and Index Copernicus was omitted from the accepted database. This we have to keep in mind. Nowadays, Index Copernicus is not in the indexing agency. And also, the number of papers required for promotion from assistant to associate professor was reduced from 2 to 1 in 2020. But in 2022, again, the requirement of 2 papers for promotion was mentioned. So, this is for promotion from assistant to associate professor. For associate professor to professor, another 2 publications has to be given, has to be published while in the associate professor term. So this slide summarizes the roller coaster ride of the NM6 criteria from 2009 to 2020. So in 2020, as mentioned, more manuscripts were accepted and more authors were given credit. The nationality of the journal, that is national and international journals, words were removed. And the indexing agencies mentioned today, which was accepted, was DOAJ, Directory of Open Access Journals, PubMed Central, Citation Index, Science Citation Index, Expanded Embase, Medline, Scopus, etc. As told, initially it was one journal was enough, told enough, but in 2022, so the present guidelines shows again 2 research publications was needed for promotion. Along with that, just we have to know that some professors have to complete the basic course in medical education technology and basic course in biomedical research course workshop. So this is the criteria. So keeping this in mind, these criteria, we have to select the journal for publication, selecting the correct in-depth journal. So once the manuscript is published, it will represent the years of hard work performed by the author and his team. So we have to choose a right publisher. So we have to be very careful in selecting the journals according to the accepted databases or indexing agencies if it is for promotion. So for that, we have to avoid the fake indexing journals. What are fake indexing journals? Many sham journals are also called as predatory journals, supposed to have indexed in a certain database, but actually they do not have indexing in that database. This is called fake index journals or predatory journals or sham journals. These journals may advertise on social media or allure authors by personal emails. Many times, every now and then, every 2 or 3 days, we're getting mail from some journals stating that they have indexed in some indexing agencies. They go to claim to an extent that their journal is indexed in NMC indexed journals, but actually they are not. So we have to identify them and avoid that journal. We can easily search the journals that claim. So this is the journals. This is the list of journals that claim they are indexed in DOAJ but aren't. We can search in the website. That is, we can type that journals. What are the journals that is index claim to have index in DOAJ, but actually they aren't. If we type this, and we can get a list of journals which is arranged in alphabetical order, and make sure that our journal is not present in this list. So a few words about the predatory journals. What is predatory journals? If you are publishing in predatory journals, paying the article processing charge fee is all it takes for the paper to get our paper published. Simple word, predatory journals means it is not peer reviewed. It does not undergo any peer review process. And the ease with which they accept the manuscripts makes them popular amongst the early stage researchers, that is young researchers, who are not aware of the lack of authenticity of the journal or publisher. So just we have to submit the journal and we have to pay the APC fee. Within 2 to 3 days or even within a week, our journal gets published. But this is not an in-depth journal. This is predatory journals that we have to keep in mind, and we have to avoid publishing in these predatory journals. In 2010 itself, Jeffrey Beal, a librarian, released a list of questionable scholarly open access publishers and such type of predatory journals, and it now updated and it contains over 1,000 publishers. This also we can search in the website. So this is the list of original list of predatory journals given by Jeffrey Beal. It is also arranged in an alphabetical order. We can search whether the journal we are going to publish is present in or not, and we have to make sure that our journal is not present in it. And the sad point is, we can see that there is mention all journals published by this predatory publisher are potentially predatory unless stated otherwise. It means even a highly scientific respected journal is published mistakenly in this predatory journal, it is also considered predatory only unless otherwise. So knowing this fake index journal, we have to avoid it first. There is also fake website. So these journals are called as hijacked or disguised journals. So these are journals with fake websites with a tweaked web address is made with the same title, ISSN numbers, editorial board members of a reputed journal. So these are fake journals, and we have to avoid these journals also. So seeing all this, how to identify the original journal? This is a very important point. So the authors can check the title of the journal in the bibliographic database, that is in the indexing agency. And when we check, it shows a positive search result for the original journal. For example, if we check whether our journal is indexed in Scopus, we have to open the scopus.com. We have to click the scopus.com and this page opens. And in this page, we can easily, if we put the cursor here, we can easily search the journal by any of these four topics: subject area, title, publisher, ISSN. Easily by clicking the title, we can search whether our journal is indexed in Scopus or not. So we click the title and then we type our journal name in the title. For example, Indian Journal of Pharmacology. And if we click find sources in the next page, it shows result. So one result is shown, and below that Indian Journal of Pharmacology is available. So this shows that Indian Journal of Pharmacology is indexed in Scopus. So we can found that Indian Journal of Pharmacology, this journal is indexed in Scopus. And our search does not end here. Again, we have to click that journal name, because so in the next page, it shows the Scopus coverage years. So this is also we have to look into it. So we have to, not only we have to make sure that our journal is indexed in Scopus, we have to make sure that it's indexed currently also. So we have to search, look for that year of Scopus coverage years. Here it is mentioned to present. It means in 2022 also it is indexed. But if in some journals, if it is there 2000 present up to 2020 means it's indexed in Scopus up to 2020, but not indexed in currently, that is 2022. It means if we publish our journal in our manuscript in that journal, it is considered not indexed only. Similarly, next is DOAJ. In DOAJ also, we can type the journal name in the journal column, and then we can search. It will give a result. We again have to click the journal name. If we click the journal name, it opens in the next page. The journal details about the journal name comes, and there also we have to look for the updated year. It's updated till 2022, 2020, so that we can make sure that is indexed, that our journal in question is indexed in DOAJ currently also. In DOAJ, for journals which are indexed in DOAJ, we can click the website. There is a column called website. We can see the website in that page. So by clicking that website, we can directly go into the actual journal web page, so that we can avoid the fake websites. Already we have seen that fake or hijacked or disguised journals. We can avoid them by clicking the website in the DOAJ page, so that the journal page can be directly, we can go to that page. So to avoid fake websites, authors can click on the web links of the journal on the result page of the DOAJ. This is we can also check whether a journal is indexed in Embase. So for that, we have to type Embase Index Journals List 2022 means the list comes. It is also arranged in alphabetical order. We can check whether our journal is indexed in Embase Journals List. An Excel sheet is also available regarding the Embase Index Journals List, but only 2021 Index Journal List is available in the Excel format. In 2022, the Excel format has yet to come. If we want to search our journal in whether it is indexed in Medline or indexed in PubMed Central, then we have to go to the National Library of Medicine website, which is which functions under National Center for Biotechnology Information USA. And below that, we can see journals currently indexed in Medline and journals currently indexed in PubMed Central. So we can click on that and we can search whether our journal is actually present in it. Actually, we can also download the PubMed Index Journals List 2022 and we can search whether our journal is present in it. So PubMed actually includes Medline and non-Medline journals. Non-Medline journals also called as PubMed Central. So PubMed includes both Medline and PubMed Central. So saying about the NMC indexing agencies and its criteria, we have to make sure that if it is for promotion purposes, we have to make sure two things. First, we have to make sure that our journal is indexed in this indexing agencies by checking in the websites. And second, we have to make sure that the journal is not in the predatory journal list so that we can avoid it. So there is more, not only NMC indexing criteria, beyond that, there is many scores are available. We have to just know about the scores: H index, I10 index, impact factor, ICV, site score. Among this H index and I10 index are the scores given for the authors based on the citations by the citations of the publication by the author. And impact factor, ICV, site scores are the scores given for the journal based on the publications of the articles in the journal. So seeing indexing agencies, next is the plagiarism. Already Madam told that plagiarism, we have to submit the plagiarism report before submitting the manuscript to the journal. So what is plagiarism? Plagiarism is presenting someone else's work or ideas as your own, with or without their consent, by incorporating it into your work without full acknowledgement. Even if it is done with consent of the another person's work, but if it does not acknowledge it, it comes under plagiarism only. So we have to acknowledge, always acknowledge the work of others. So any journal wants a plagiarism report before along with the submission of the manuscript, and they usually it will be around it will recur around 5 to 10% of a plagiarism, not more than that. So to avoid plagiarism, we have to always acknowledge the work of others if data ideas from them are used. Different plagiarism checkers was required for different journals. Example, Turnitin, Urkund, Plag check. So which journal requires which plagiarism software? We have to know, we have to read the author's guidelines and then follow them. So to avoid, to decrease the plagiarism report, we can paraphrase the words. So we can use our own words instead of just copying it. And while doing paraphrasing, we should not compromise on the grammar language for decreasing the plagiarism report. That we can easily need the help of some softwares, Grammarly softwares or app like Grammarly, which is available. We can make use of them. So this is about plagiarism. Next is about the time taken for the publication. This is another important challenge. According to SciRev, it's a website, an article normally goes through 2 review rounds, and the review time for scientific studies is nearly 17 weeks, that is about 4 months. So usually when we submit the manuscript, the time taken for acceptance is usually around in an average of 4 months. From article submission to a final peer review decision, it can be an opaque and lengthy process during which the same article should not be submitted to another journal. This is very important. We have to wait, and we have to, after submission, we have to wait for the report. During that time, we should not submit to another journal. It becomes public. It's against the publication ethics. It's called simultaneous publication. This is an ethical scenario of ethical dilemma. If we submit the article, no response after article submission, some 4 to 5 months has gone, we have to send a gentle reminder mail. If still no response, we want to withdraw the article. Because no response, we communicate this. Still there is no response. In spite of this, we cannot publish in another journal. We have to wait. We have to wait for the response from that journal, because it becomes against the publication ethics, simultaneous publication. So we have to, in any way, we have to get the reply, and then only we can proceed. So for this, we have to look at the previous issues of the journal. We can see the accepted date of the journal. There is submission date to accepted date, and there is also another time delay from accepted date to publication date. Usually, submission date to accepted date, the time may be around, as we already seen, it's maybe around 3 to 4 months, and accepted date to publication date, it will be around 6 to 8 months. So we can make our mindset that this much time will taken for publication. Next is the cost of publication. The cost of publication may vary from many free publication journals are available, and in the net stage, many journals are available at a cost of 2,500 to 10,000 between, and it can go up to an extent of 2 to 3 lakhs per publication. it's up to us to decide the trade-off between the cost on one side and the benefit, time taken, and reach of the journal. And we have to decide. Fast track publication. Some journals give this option of fast track of publication, in which, as the name implies, the journal will be published in quick time rather than the normal time, but it comes at an extra cost. We can use that option if you are ready to pay that. So next challenge is, or next dilemma is, whom to give authorship. ICMJE, International Committee for the Medical Journal Editors, have given clear criteria for authorship. It includes authorship has to be given only who had made a substantial contribution to the conception or design of the work, or acquisition and analysis of data, or interpretation of data for the work. In simple word, we can remain this as substantial contribution to either the initial part or middle part or final part of the work. And they have to take part in drafting the work or revising it critically for important intellectual content. So they have to take part in the preparation of the manuscript. And they have to, all of them have a say in the final approval of the version to be published. And all of them has to be accountable and responsible. So they have to come in an agreement to be accountable for all aspects of the work in ensuring that questions related to the accuracy or integrity of any part of the work are appropriately investigated and resolved. So the authorship has to be given only if all the 4 criteria has to be fulfilled. If any of the criteria is not fulfilled, the authorship should not be given. So I'm repeating, all the 4 criteria has to be fulfilled. They have to take part in either in initial or middle or final part of the study. They have to take part in the preparation of the manuscript. They have a final say in the approval of the manuscript version to be published, and they have to be accountable and responsible. So any deviation from this authorship given means it comes under guest author or ghost author or gift author, which is against the publication ethics. So before going on to see what we can do, what we have to do when our manuscript is rejected. So before that, we have to we can see what happens after the submission of the manuscript to acceptance. What are the process happening? So manuscripts submitted to a journal first go through an initial screening by the editorial team. So first it goes in the initial screening. Sometimes our journal gets rejected at this point itself. The main reason for rejecting at this point is it does not suit the scope of the journal. So always check for the scope of the journal and make sure our journal fits into the scope of the journal. And then if it is clear, then it's sent for the peer review. Peer reviewers independently make a recommendation to the journal editor as to whether the manuscript is accepted or rejected with or without revisions. The journal editor then has a final say from the peer reviewers and makes an informed decision to accept or reject the manuscript. Just a few points about the role of editors, peer reviewers, and publishers. So the creation of our scholarly work is painstaking work from the author, and publishing of that work requires. That is, the authors wants at least a diligent efforts from the editors, peer reviewers, and publishers, which demand time, efforts, and resources. Mabe and Mulligan has did a survey in 2013 regarding what the journal authors want. So journal authors like us agree that peer review is the central pillar of trust for researchers. They agree that without peer review, there will be no control in scientific publication. So peer review means better research. It improves the quality of our published paper. And the authors said that reviewer speed will improve the quality of the journal so that any undue delay will be avoided. And for that, publishers has a role. Publishers has a role in organizing and managing this peer review process so that undue delay will be avoided. So saying this, after submission of the manuscript, any of the 4 outcomes can be told. So one is accepted, second is minor revision, third requires major revision, and fourth is rejection. Outcome 1, if it is accepted, then it's usually it's a cause of celebration. We can celebrate it. Never known a peer review manuscript be accepted at first submission. It's usually a journey. Minor revisions. Minor revisions is asked whenever that our journalist has a scientific interest. If the manuscript is likely to be of scientific interest, but a minimal typographical errors or grammar mistakes or incomplete references are present, this we can change it and we can make our journal published. Outcome 3, it requires major revisions. Major revision is required whenever it requires a reworking in terms of structure or inclusion of additional materials. There is a change in doubt regarding methodology or additional data may be asked. What to do when you receive these comments? We have to take a deep breath. We have to read the comments, put the manuscript aside, discuss them with your co-authors. We have to respond positively to each point by point. And when we respond clearly, it will get accepted for publication. Just we have to remember, very few manuscripts are accepted without any revisions. Outcome 4 is rejected. When it is rejected, if it is unlikely to be of scientific relevant or interest, or it is not sufficiently rigorous to be suitable for publication in an academic journal. But this is not the only reason. Other reasons a manuscript might be rejected. As already told, out of scope. To avoid this, looks at the past issue. We can learn from people who have already been through the process, and seeing the past issue, we have to make sure our journal fits into our article fits into the scope of the journal. Other reasons may be plagiarism, not responding to referees' comments, and a large queue waiting for publication. This is also one of the main reasons for rejection. Some of the websites mentioned some of the journals mentioned in the website itself, we are not accepting at present the journals for publication because of the large journals waiting for publication. Okay, article rejection and restart of peer review cycle. Rejection of article from one journal again starts the cycle of publication steps with other, where manuscript undergoes same repetitive cycle. Even just we have to keep in mind, even rigorous high impact work can be rejected when the topic of research does not match journal scope. So this is the main reason for the journal rejection. And making this mistake wastes time, money, and more importantly, it demotivates us. We have to avoid this mistake. To minimize further manuscript rejections, authors should refine their article based on previous comments before submitting to a new journal. Before concluding, for completion's sake, I am mentioning about the whistleblowers. Who is a whistleblower? A whistleblower could be anyone who sees something that does not seem right and comes forward to report it. For example, someone might see a researcher making up or changing data, plagiarizing, or manipulating a figure in a publication. So they identifies the unethical part and reports that. So, but we doing a scientific sound and ethical study, we need not take this whistleblower as a challenge. It's not a difficulty. So scientifically sound and ethically done study does not have any problem regarding publication. So take home message, publication is part of our academic role. It's very important for the career. Decide the suitable journal while preparing the manuscript itself. It helps in preparing the manuscript according to the requirements of the journal. For example, methodology, results, how we have to submit, that thing we can see. And more importantly, we can see the scope of the journal, whether our journal fits it to it, and whether any restrictions are mentioned. For example, a journal which accepts only clinical trials, but if we submit an animal trial, automatically it immediately gets rejected. That thing we have to avoid. And if we see the past issues, any related articles, if it is published, increases the proportionate, increases the chance of our publication, our journal to be published, it increases. So any related article, if it is published, increases the chance of our journal also, our article also gets published. Important point, never blindly accept the journal website regarding indexing. It is possible to search and know which journal is indexing, which indexing agents, but it requires little extra effort. Look at the journal website and previous issues for accepted and published date, and we can keep in mind that this submission of the article in this journal takes this much time, that is 4 to 5 months for acceptance. And after acceptance also, it gets published after some 6 to 8 months. Like that, we can prepare our mind. So even good research does not get published by itself. We have to make some effort. With little bit of groundwork, we can make the publication journey a rewarding one rather than the frustrating one. Actually, this is an overview of the challenges faced by the authors in current scenario. and how some ways how to tackle it by listening to the other topics, coming topics. Let's like choice of the journal, softwares in research and editor point of view, we can be benefited, and please listen to the topics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajesh sir, for your very informative presentation. It was really an eye-opener for the challenges faced by the authors in today's scenario. With that, you are going to the next academic session of today. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome the next speaker of the day, Dr. Harivenkatesh Natarajan, Associate Professor of Pharmacology, JIPMER, Pondicherry. He graduated from Madras Medical College, did his post-graduation in pharmacology from Sri Ramchandra Medical College, DM in clinical pharmacology from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. He has received many awards, scholarships, and fellowships. He has presented several papers in international conferences. He is a member of the American Association for Cancer Research, European Society for Clinical Oncology, Indian Pharmacological Society, and ISRPT. He is also a member of the Forum for Ethics Review Committees in India. He is a peer reviewer in many prestigious journals and associate editor of the Journal of Pharmacology and Pharmacotherapeutics. He has published innumerable journals and contributed to many chapters in textbooks. His areas of interest include clinical pharmacokinetics, clinical trials, pharmacogenomics and personalized medicine, translational research. We welcome you, sir. Sir will be giving us a very informative session regarding choosing the appropriate journal. Once again, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ramya, for the nice introduction. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Yeah, actually, I'm not able to share the screen. Can you please enable screen sharing? Yeah, now I can see. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, hello. Yeah, am I audible now? Can you see my screen? Is my screen visible? Can you please confirm?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible, sir,
Yeah,
and you're
yeah,
audible.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, one and all. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Aruna Madam, for giving me this opportunity. So the topic for today's discussion is choosing the appropriate journal. In next few minutes, I'll be discussing under the following headings: why, when, how, and what of journal selection. That is, why is it important to choose an appropriate journal? When should you think of choosing an appropriate journal during your manuscript preparation journey? How to choose an appropriate journal? And what points to look for in a journal to find its suitability. And at the end, I'll cover the role of journal metrics in choosing the journal of our choice, followed by summary. So I'd like to start the session by sharing a small story with you all. Okay, one Monday morning, it was a very busy OPD day. I was sitting in my OPD. So the first 4 patients who came to my OPD were young females, and they had a common feature among the 4. They were wearing red sarees. And all the 4 females, they presented with abdominal pain. They were complaining of abdominal pain. So I did an upper GI endoscopy And to my surprise, I found all 4 patients had peptic ulcer. 2 of them had duodenal ulcer and the rest 2 had gastric ulcer. Now, immediately, one question came to my mind. Is there any connection between wearing a peptic ulcer, wearing a red saree and developing a peptic ulcer? Because all my 4 female patients, they were wearing red saree and all 4 had peptic ulcer. So I thought whether there is a connection between these 2 or not. So I did a quick PubMed search using the mesh terms red saree and peptic ulcer. And I found one hit, one article which was published in Annals of Improbable Research in the year 2016. So it is the official journal of the International Society of Improbable Medical Research. Sorry. Yeah, sorry for the glitch. Yeah, so the title of the article was Wearing a Red Saree Leads to Grossly Elevated Levels of Perfloxaridemic Acid. So it was published by the Department of Improbable Research from the Royal College of Medicine elsewhere, and the authors were genius, intellect, and brilliant. Okay, so now I was convinced that there is a biological plausibility. So there's a biological link between wearing a red saree and the development of peptic ulcer. So wearing a red saree leads to increased elevated levels of this perfloxaridemic acid, which in turn causes peptic ulcer. So this was my hypothesis after reading the article. So I thought of designing a study. I enrolled 200 patients who were wearing red saree regularly. So I planned endoscopy for all 200 patients. Among the 200, 40 patients refused to participate and 60 patients ran away the moment I said I want to do endoscopy. So for the remaining 100 patients, I measured the plasma levels of this perfloxaridemic acid, and I sent the plasma to the same lab, that the Genius lab from which the previous paper was published in the place elsewhere. And here are the results. To my surprise, I found that patients with peptic ulcer had a very higher levels of this perfloxaridemic acid compared to patients who did not have peptic ulcer, and the result was statistically significant with a p-value of less than 0.001. And I did a subgroup analysis to find out, is there any correlation between the color intensity of the red color and the severity of peptic ulcer. Again, there was a very strong correlation with a correlation coefficient of 0.95, again, which was highly significant. Next, I went on to do a next subgroup analysis to find out if there is any correlation between the red color intensity and the perfloxaridemic acid levels. Again, there was a strong correlation between this perfloxaridemic acid levels and the intensity of this red color, with a correlation coefficient of around 0.91, which was highly significant. So I was very happy. So I concluded that this red saree, wearing a red saree, leads to elevated levels of perfloxaridemic acid, which in turn results in peptic ulcer. So this is a new finding. I was very much excited, and I wrote a manuscript. I wanted to be published quickly. So I sent it to the dream journal for every medical researcher, which is the New England Journal of Medicine. So what happened? Immediately the next day, I got a reply from the editor telling that my article is rejected. So I'm sorry to reject your article as it might not suit the readership of this journal. So what went wrong? The study was, what to say, interesting study, but why it was not published? My journal selection was wrong. I didn't choose the appropriate journal, and I was too hurrying to submit an article. So I just sent it to New England Journal of Medicine without doing any desk research. So after a few weeks, I resubmitted the article to Annals of Improbable Research. And within few weeks, I got a reply from the editor telling that the article is accepted for publication. Okay, of course, this is just a hypothetical story. It is not a real thing which happened. So just to seek the attention of audience, I created the story. So the moral of the story is, just for the sake of publication, please don't write a manuscript due to peer pressure or due to pressure from your guide. Just don't, just for the sake of writing something, don't write and don't just send it to any journal. So don't just do it right. Write it properly and send it to the right journal. So why journal selection is very important? So the answer is very simple. If you don't choose the right journal, then you won't reach the right audience which you intend to reach. So whatever good research you do, if you don't choose the right journal, then obviously you won't be reaching the right audience. So your research finding won't reach the right audience. So it is very, very important to choose the right journal for your article. And I'm very sorry to say that even most experienced researchers make this mistake of not choosing the appropriate journal when they send their manuscript for publication. So this choosing the wrong journal is the most common cause for rejection of a manuscript. And especially if you don't target the right journal, you will end up in desk rejection. That is like within few days from the editorial review itself, they'll reject it without sending it to a peer review. So your article will be immediately rejected. Okay, now when should we think of choosing the journal? So before writing the manuscript or after writing the manuscript, before doing the research? So at what stage should we think of choosing the appropriate journal? Ideally, before you start writing the manuscript, you should know your target journal. So that is the best thing, is to fix your journal in the mind before you start writing the manuscript. Why should we choose a journal beforehand itself? Many of us, what we do is we will write the manuscript and then choose the journal and then alter the manuscript according to the journal's requirements. But the ideal thing to do is to choose the journal beforehand itself before you start writing the manuscript, because it has a lot of advantages. What are those advantages? Let us see one by one. So when you choose the journal beforehand, you can tailor your work. You can tailor your manuscript in such a way that you can build on the research that is already published in that particular journal. So obviously, if you're working in an area, the journal would have definitely published many articles regarding that particular area. So you can build upon that previous manuscripts. So you can build it upon the previous work. So then the most important thing is it will be very easy for the editor. It will help the editor to choose how your paper adds to the existing literature which is already there in the journal. And you can tailor your article in such a way that your article meets all the journal specifications. And most importantly, once you fix the journal, you will definitely read you will definitely know the readership of the journal. So whether the readership is a specialized readership or a general audience or a general physician, so according to that you can tailor your language in such a way that it can have a wide reach. And as you know, the formatting requirements vary for each and every journal. So if you choose the journal beforehand itself, so you can write the article according to the specific format of the journal, so which will save you a lot of time during the publication process. And if you do this, there is a very high chance of acceptance. So it is always important to fix the journal in mind before you start writing the manuscript. Okay, having said this, what are the criteria to choose the right journal? So how can we choose the right journal? There are 4 major steps. The first and foremost thing is to choose the target audience. So choosing the target audience is the first and foremost thing. Next, create the short list of journals. Once you have created a short list, then refine the short list and then select the most feasible option. So these are the 4 major steps involved in choosing the right journal. So let us see each step in detail one by one. The first and foremost thing is to choose your audience. So this is the most important thing when you think of deciding the manuscript to send it to a particular journal. Before that, you should choose your target audience. You should decide whom you want to reach, whether you want to reach a wide range of audience across multiple specialties who are mostly general physicians, or you want to reach an audience across different specialties, or whether you want to reach a targeted group of specialists who are specialists only in that particular area where you have worked on. So this is the most important thing which you have to decide beforehand. And the next thing is whether you want to reach an international audience or a national audience or a regional audience. So these are the 2 important things which you should fix in mind before you choose any particular journal, because you have to decide the journal based upon your target audience. So based on your audience, you can go for either a journal which has a very broad coverage or a specialty journal. For example, you are doing some kind of research in anxiety, maybe like in anxiety or performance anxiety or work-related anxiety, which is a very common thing which you see nowadays. This you may think of sending it to a journal which has a very broad coverage or which has a broad audience, for example, Lancet. On the other hand, if you are working on some area which is very high, which is special area in psychiatry, for example, like schizophrenia or something like that, which is dealt only by psychiatrists, then you should think of publishing it to a specialty journal, for example, Lancet Psychiatry. So based on the target audience, you have to choose whether you want a journal which has broad coverage or you want to publish in a specialty journal. Next, depending upon the audience, whether your research is of interest, whether your research work is of interest only to a particular country, or whether it is a disease of global concern, or whether it is a disease which is prevalent only in your area. So accordingly, you have to choose a particular journal. If, for example, if it is a research related to COVID-19, which is a global concern, you can think of sending it to an international journal like the BMJ. Or if it is a disease of national concern, for example, like tuberculosis, you can think of sending it to a national journal, for example, JAPI. Or if it is a disease of regional concern, for example, like Kala Azar, which is common only in the state of Bihar and not in other states. So you can think of sending it to a journal which is widely circulated in Bihar, maybe like the University Journal of Bihar University or something like that. So can you please mute yourself? Can you please mute yourself? So the next step is to create a short list of journals. So to create a short list of journals, the first and foremost thing you have to do is to do a thorough desk research. Then you can speak to the colleagues, seniors, supervisors, and librarian to get their advice. You can search call for papers document in their particular journal website, and you can explore the journal suggested tools. Let us see one by one. The first and foremost thing is to do a thorough desk research. Why is it important? Because now we live in an era of information overload. So there are more than 40,000 journals which are there in the world, and the number of journals increases by 5 to 7% per year. In other words, every day, daily, around 5 new journals are getting published. I repeat, daily, around 5 new journals are getting published. So among this, there are more than 40,000 journals. Among this, 40,562 journals are indexed in Scopus. 21,430 journals are there in this journal citation report, Web of Science journal citation reports. 5,278 journals are there in the midline. So it is a very vast list of journals. So if you don't do a proper desk search to shortlist maybe the journals which are top ranked in your specialty, then you will end up in what to say. Then you can't. It's a very difficult task for you to choose a journal if you don't do a proper desk research. So this data, what I have projected, is from 23rd August. Maybe now the number would have increased by 10 or 20. Then the most important and easiest thing is speak to your colleagues. Speak to your research colleagues, speak to your seniors, speak to your guide and supervisors, speak to your librarian. When you are speaking with them, ask these questions to them. Which journals do they read regularly? Because your seniors or your professors will be the best person to tell which journals are very famous in their specialty. Which ones do they believe are most respected in their particular area of interest and their particular research field? And ask them, do you have any good experiences in publishing with any particular type of journal, in publishing with any particular journals? For example, if they say, yeah, I have very good experience in particular with some journal X, then you can think of publishing in journal X, provided it suits other criteria, which we'll see in the subsequent slides. Do you have, then just ask them, do you have any idea about which journal can suit my specific research field, which I am trying to write as a manuscript. So these are the easiest things which you can do to target the appropriate journal. The next thing is to search for call for papers document. So majority of the publishers in their website, if you just go and open their web page, there'll be something called search for call for current call for papers. So for example, here I have projected the snapshot of this Taylor and Francis publishers. So like this, each and every publisher, they have in their web page, they'll notify about this current search for call for papers in some particular subject area. So just search before you choose the journal, just go to their websites and just search the call for papers document, and make sure that at least some of the journals will have the call for papers in your particular current field. So if you target such kind of journals, there is a high chance that your paper might be accepted. Then the latest thing is there are n number of online tools which are nowadays available to choose a particular journal. So there are a lot of online journal finder tools which are available. Majority of publishers, they have their own journal finder tools. For example, here I have shown you the tool of Elsevier. So in most of these tools, in most of these websites, you just enter the title of the paper and the abstract along with the keywords. The website will suggest you the potential list of journals. So this is an example of Elsevier journal finder. So this is for Springer Nature, and this is for Wiley publishers. So just for example, I have shown a snapshot of these three major publishers. Like this, there are a lot of other publishers who have this journal finder tools, which can be really helpful. The only thing which you require is the title of the abstract, the title of the article and the abstract along with the keywords. If you have these three things, you can try exploring in these journal suggested tools which are available nowadays. So using these four things, you can create your short list of journals. So once the journal, once you have created a checklist of journals, then the next step is to refine the checklist. So to refine the short list, in other words, what points should you look for in the journal to find its suitability? So now you have to familiarize with the journal's content, aims, and scope. And the next thing is you have to understand the journal audiences. You have to check the journal affiliations, editorial board, and previous authors. You have to read the journal policies, editorial process, and other guidelines, and you have to know the journal metrics and discoverability. Why am I talking about all these things? Let us see one by one, then you'll come to know the importance of each point. The first and foremost thing is to read the journal's content, aims, and scope document. So as Dr. Rajesh pointed out earlier, the first and foremost thing which you should look at the journal when you are targeting a particular journal for publication is to look at the aims and scope document. Because it is a document, it is a paragraph where what the journal editors want in their journal. So that thing will be written only in the aims and scope document. So if you don't read it, you won't know whether your research area is of interest to that particular journal or not. So the first and foremost thing is to read the aims and scope document of the journal, aims and scope statement of the journal. And next, read the past issues of the journal. Why is it important? Because while reading the past issues, you will come to know whether similar articles of your research area of interest have been published in that particular journal or not. That is one thing. And second thing, what is the latest formatting requirements which the journal is following? So what is the latest language style which the journal is following? Everything you will come to know when you read the past issues of the journal. So if you read both the things, then it will help to decide whether your article is a right fit for the journal or not. For example, here, this is the aims and scope statement for Lancet Infectious Diseases. So this is given in 2 paragraphs, but I just want to highlight 2 lines. So this is a world leading clinical infectious disease journal, and the editors say, we publish original research that advocates change in infectious disease clinical practice or illuminates infectious disease clinical practice. And they say their preference is to publish articles likely to influence clinical practice or thinking. So for example, if your research is on a infectious disease area, and if you think that your research can really be your research can really change the infectious disease clinical practice, then target this journal. Otherwise, if it is a Me Too kind of research, then please avoid sending the manuscript to such kind of journals. So because these journals with high repute, they'll accept papers maybe like a top 5 in that particular area, which are known to change the clinical practice in their specialty. So once you have read the journal aims and scope and the previous issues of the journal, you ask 3 questions. Is your research relevant to the journal audience or not? So is the language which you have used, whether it is too technical for a journal which has a very broad range of audience? So or is your research too country specific for a journal which has a global audience? So these kind of things you can answer only if you read the aims and scope statement of the journal and if you read the past issues of the journal. And the second thing is your manuscript type appropriate for the journal or not? So obviously some certain journals may accept only randomized controlled trials, they may not accept observational studies, or certain journals may accept only clinical studies and they may not accept animal studies. So again, so this is a question which you have to ask after reading this aims and scope statement. And the third is little trivial. Is your work too similar to other articles published in the journal? Obviously, there should be some kind of similarity, but if it is too similar, then there is a high chance that your article might not be a right fit, because already there are huge number of articles which are published in that particular journal in the same area. So maybe like your article might not be accepted in that particular journal. So these are the 3 questions which you have to think in mind after reading this aims and scope statement of the journal and the previous issues of the journal. So once you have done this homework, then please refer to the, when you are writing covering letter, please refer to the aims and scope of the particular journal. You say that such and such thing, we have already read your aims and scope document, and this particular article which we are sending matches the journal's aims and scope. So if you write in such a way, then the editor will also be convinced that, okay, this researcher has done some kind of groundwork. He has went through our aims and scope document and he has made sure that it matches our area of interest. So this small thing will help, will build a confidence in the editor, and there is a chance that it might go to a peer review. The next thing is to check the journal affiliations, editorial board, and previous authors. Why is it important? Because this helps to know the reach and prestige of a journal. So you have to ask these questions: are the editors and editorial board members well respected in your field? Because nowadays there are a lot of predatory journals, as mentioned by Dr. Rajesh. So if your editor is some X and Y whom, for example, you don't know in your area, in your specialty, then there is of no use in publishing in that journal, to be very simple. So most of the reputed journals will have editors who are key opinion leaders in their area, in their research area, or in their specialty. And the next thing is you have to ask whether the journal is affiliated to any particular society or not. For example, if a journal is affiliated to International Union of Basic and Clinical Pharmacology, so then you can trust that journal. If a journal is affiliated to Journal of American Medical Association, for example, JAMA. So based upon the affiliating society or affiliating association, you can you can trust the quality of the journal. You can judge the quality of the journal. And one more important thing is, this can help you in identifying, in understanding the audience, in understanding the journal audience. For example, if a journal is affiliated to American Medical Association, then the most probable audience for the journal is only American physicians, for example. So then the next thing is, have well-known researchers or your seniors or your academicians, well-known academicians and key opinion leaders in your concerned specialty, have they published any article in the journal before? Because if the quality of the journal is really good, then definitely well-known researchers would have already published their papers in that particular journal, and key opinion leaders in your specialty would have already published many articles in that journal. So these are the things which will help you to judge the quality and reach of a journal. The next thing is to know the journal policies and editorial process. One important thing which you should know is the time to first decision, because majority of good journals, reputed journals, they will approximately, they'll mention the approximate time to first decision in their editorial policy statement itself. Of course, that might not be exactly same, but approximate time will definitely be mentioned. If a journal, for example, takes 6 months to just say that your article needs a minor revision or major revision, then obviously that is not a right journal which you should be targeting. Then you should look at the type of peer review. Maybe majority of journals, they opt for blinded peer review. There are some journals who don't opt for blinded peer review. They just go for unblinded peer review. For example, if you are a researcher who is working in a hot area, and maybe there are very few researchers who are working in that particular area, and if you want to make sure that your the peer reviewer should not know your identity, then you should aim a journal which has a blinded peer review. Next is the manuscript type. So because certain journals will accept only specific type of manuscripts, maybe like only original articles, not review articles, maybe case series, but not case reports. So you should look at the editorial policy regarding the manuscript type which is being accepted in the journal. And of course, the other things are the article formats, the word limits, which should be first the introduction methodology or introduction results, discussion followed by methodology. So each and every journal has their own format. And the next thing is the article processing fee, which many journals now start charging article processing fee, including the predatory journals. The next thing is you should decide whether you want to go for open access publication or the subscription based publication. So these kind of things you will come to know only if you read the journal policy and editorial process. The last and the most important thing is to know the journal metrics. So what are these journal metrics? So the journal metrics, they help to evaluate the performance and impact of a journal. So there are 4 metrics which are very commonly used, although there are a lot of metrics which are available in the internet. These are the 4 metrics which are used to judge the quality of the journal. Remember, I again repeat, these are the metrics which are used to judge the quality of a journal, not the quality of a researcher or not the quality of an article. So these are the metrics which are used to judge the quality of a journal. So these are impact factor, site score, SkyMago journal rank, and source normalized impact per paper. So among this 4, the first one, the impact factor, is the one which is very commonly used, and it is published by this Clarivate Analytics. The other 3, site score, SJR, and SNP, they are published by Elsevier. Then the main source of this thing is the Scopus database for the rest of the 3. So let us see one by one. Impact factor. So impact factor, this is the most commonly used metric which is followed worldwide to assess the quality of a journal. So the concept of impact factor was this was brought about by Eugene Garfield in the year 1975. Prior to 1975, the quality of the journal was judged just by the number of publications. So the journal, if the journal had maximum number of publications, that was thought to be the best quality journal. So this Eugene Garfield, he really had a very tough time to decide which journal he should choose for the library. So in order to make the job of the librarians easy, he created this impact factor. So this impact factor is released annually based on the Web of Science database, which produces this journal citation reports. So this journal citation reports, they are released annually, usually in the last week of June. This year, it has been released in the last week of June. So it is released every year. So this impact factor, remember, is available only for journals which are there in Science Citation Index Expanded and Social Science Citation Index. Because this Web of Science, it actually has 4 major databases. One is the Science Citation Index Expanded. The second is Social Science Citation Index. The third is Arts and Humanities Citation Index, and fourth is Emerging Sources Citation Index. So among these 4 impact factors available only for the journals which are available in which are indexed in this Science Citation Index Expanded and Social Science Citation Index. For others, the impact factor is not available. Just remember this thing, and remember that the citations vary according to different specialties. So a journal in a different specialty may be ranked higher than may have a higher impact factor than the journal in a different specialty. So these, apart from the impact factor, the JCR also gives ranking to the journals according to the 254 research categories. So how is impact factor calculated? So it is nothing but the number of citations in the current year to the articles published in the journal in previous 2 years divided by the total number of articles published in the journal in previous 2 years. So for example, impact factor of NEJM for the year 2021, how will you calculate this? It is the number of citations in the year 2021 to the articles published in NEJM in 2019 and 2020. So the articles which are published in NEJM in 2019 and 20, how many times they were quoted in the articles published in 2021 in all the journals, divided by total number of articles that were published in NEJM in 2019 and 20. So this ratio gives you the impact factor. So this is the latest list of impact factor top 10 journals according to the JCR 2022, which was released few weeks back. As already expected, this CA journal, which is the cancer journal for clinicians, I think this is a journal which finds the topmost place for more than a decade, as far as I know. So this has the highest impact factor of around 286, followed by Lancet, New England Journal of Medicine, JAMA, Nature Reviews Molecular Cell Biology, Nature Reviews Drug Discovery, Nature Reviews Immunology, Lancet Respiratory Medicine, BMJ, and Nature Medicine. So these are the top 10 journals. Here you can see the categories. So I said there are 254 research categories under which the journal ranking is done. So this is the first journal under oncology. Lancet is the top ranked journal under general and internal medicine, followed by NEJM and JAMA. Similarly, cell biology, pharmacology, and pharmacy. So these are the different research categories under which the journal is ranked. Next, moving on to the next journal metric, which is the site score. This was introduced by the publisher Elsevier in December 2016 as an alternate to impact factor. This is based on the citations in Scopus database. So how is the site score calculated? It is a ratio of number of citations received in current year and the previous 3 years for articles published in the journal during the four-year period, divided by total number of articles published in the journal during the same 4-year period. For example, site score of NEJM for 2021, how will you calculate? It is the number of citations received in during the period 2018 to 2021 for the articles which were published in NEJM during the same period 2018 to 2021, divided by total number of articles which were published in NEJM during the same period. So this ratio gives you the site score. So this is the site score for 2021, which was again released in June 2022. So for the impact factor and site score, if you want the impact factor for the previous year, so for example, for 2021, it will be released only in 2022. So site score for 2021, these are the top 10 journals. So if you look at the journals carefully, the 5 of them are already, they occupy the top 10 rank in the impact factor, according to the impact factor also. For example, CA, Nature Reviews Molecular Biology, Molecular Cell Biology, Lancet, NEJM, and Nature Medicine. These find a place in JCR 2022 as well. So most of these things are, rankings correlate with each other. The next one is the SkyMago journal rank, which is again done by Elsevier based on Scopus. The unique property of the SkyMago journal rank is it gives weightage based on the prestige of a journal. So it not only takes into account the number of citations which are received by a journal, but it also takes into account the importance of prestige of the journal from which the citations are coming. So for example, SkyMago journal rank for NEJM 2021, how will you calculate? It is nothing but the average number of weighted citations received in 2021 for each and every document, for each and every article, every document published in NEJM during the previous 3-year period, that is 2018 to 2020. So it is nothing but the average number of weighted citations received during a selected year for each document published in that particular journal during the previous 3 years. So this gives the SkyMago journal rank. The unique property of the SkyMago journal rank is it gives weightage according to the prestige of the journal. Apart from the number of citations, the prestige of the journal also carries a weightage. Then the last metric is the source normalized impact per paper, which is commonly called as SNP. So the unique property of this metric is it measures the impact of a paper within that particular specific subject area. So for pharmacology, among the pharmacology journals, it will measure your impact. So it weighs citations based on the total number of citations which are there in a specific subject area. So it can be used to identify journals that perform better in a specific subject field. Again, the source is Scopus. So how is it calculated? It is nothing but the ratio of journals impact per publication divided by the database citation potential, because this database citation potential will vary according to different specialties. So then the journal's impact per publication is nothing but the average number of citations which are received in a year by the papers which are published in the journal during the preceding 3 years. So this gives you the SNP metric. So these are the 4 metrics which will help you to determine the quality of a journal. So here I have just given you a web snapshot of, for example, a journal called Pharmacological Research, which is published by Elsevier. So here it talks about the affiliation of the journal. So this journal is affiliated to International Union of Basic and Clinical Pharmacology, IUPHAR. And it has both publishing options. If you want, you can go for open access publishing, or you can go for subscription-based publishing. And this is the editor-in-chief, and this is the aims and scopes document. If you want the detailed aims, you can read it separately. And this is the impact factor, 10.334, which this journal is ranked 15th out of 279 journals, which in this area of pharmacology and pharmacy. And here you can see that it is indexed in 6 international databases. And these are the other journal metrics: site score of 12.7, impact factor 10.334. And the top readership of this journal is China, USA, and Israel. So apart from this, the other journal metrics, the Pharmacological Research, SJR score is 1.738, SNP score is 1.798 for the year 2021, and the review speed, submission from the average time taken for submission to first decision is 0.8 weeks, and the average time taken for submission to final decision is 1.6 weeks, almost double. So these are the quick matrices which you should consider while shortlisting a particular journal. Most oftenly, what happens in the real life, we give too much importance to impact factor, but we forget about other factors which are equally important. But in reality, the thing is, there are many other factors which are equally important or which are more important than just considering the impact factor. So what are the other factors which really matter? The first thing is visibility. Visibility, even though the journal might have a high impact factor, for example, if the journal is too costly, then you can't find the readers at all for the journal. So if you think of reaching a broad audience, then obviously it is a difficult task. Then turnaround time, as I already said, it is an important thing which you should look before shortlisting your journal. Turnaround time, what is the time taken, minimum average time taken to take a first decision, and what is the average time taken for peer review? If a journal, for example, takes 6 months for peer review, then obviously it is not the right journal to target. And the third thing is acceptance rate. Most of these journals with very high impact factor, they have a very low acceptance rate, which is less than 1%. So practically, maybe like if you target such kind of journals, then the rate of acceptance of your article is very, very low. Then the most important other point to consider is the publication frequency. Even though the journal might have a very high impact factor, but the publication frequency might be just once in 3 months or once in 6 months, quarterly or half-yearly or yearly. Then it is very difficult for you to get your manuscript published. Might be the manuscript may be accepted for publication, but to come into an issue, it might take 2 years or 3 years. So again, such kind of journals are, it is not an ideal journal to target. Then the next thing is the publication cost, whether you want to target an open access journals. If you want to target an open access journals, there are pros and cons. The main advantage is you will have a wide audience because anybody in the world can download your article free of charge. But the thing is, you have to pay for it. So depending upon the type of open access journal, depending upon the journal, the charges may vary from few 10,000s to maybe up to 3-4 lakhs also. And suppose if you, in your article, if you want to reproduce any kind of color images, if you want to produce any color charts, then obviously you have to know the charges for this color images as well. So these are the other factors which you have to consider. The article processing fee. Nowadays, majority of journals have started charging this article processing fee. So these are the things which you have to consider apart from just blindly relying on the impact factor. So ideally, you should give importance to all the factors apart from this impact factors, apart from this impact factor and journal ranking. So just a word about this indexing agencies. If you, according to the National Medical Commission, this is the latest notification which came in February 2022. So if you are targeting any journal, make sure that the journal is available in any of these databases. Medline, the journal should be available in Medline, PubMed Central, Science Citation Index Expanded, Embase, Scopus, Directory of Open Access Journals. So for the sake of promotion, your your article will be accepted only if it is there in this kind of journals. Otherwise, your article won't be considered as the qualifying factor for promotion. So, and before I conclude, please be aware of the predatory journals. The latest research says that almost 1 to 5% of the articles which are published in the recent past, they are published in predatory journals. So please be aware of the predatory journals because they may seem to be more appealing. They may not send you any peer review. Immediately the article will be accepted, but you have to pay a very high article processing fee, and they'll charge you a lot of amount for publishing your article. But at the end of the day, you won't bear any fruits for your hard work because it won't be indexed in any of these indexing agencies. It is just a predatory journal. So please be aware of these predatory journals and don't fall into such kind of praise. To summarize, to find the best fit for your article, talk, read, write, and send. So talk to your colleagues, seniors, supervisors, and librarian. Read the aims and scope of the journal. Read the past issues of the journal. Read the instructions to author's document very carefully. Write your manuscript in such a way that it matches the journal requirements. And most importantly, write a covering letter properly and mention that your particular article is according to it satisfies the scope of the particular journal which you are targeting. So please write a line about it. And if possible, if required, please don't hesitate to send a pre-submission inquiry to any particular journal. So if you do all these things, then you can significantly reduce your number needed to publish, meaning no need to hunt for different journals. Finally, a journal accept your articles. If you follow all these steps, then you can target the right journal and get it published at the right time. So thank you very much. So this is one of my favorite thank you slides. So this is Chinese philosopher Confucius, who said, whatever I hear, I forget. Whatever I see, I remember. Whatever I do, I understand. So really, if you want to understand about this manuscript, journal processing and other stuff, start to write an article and start to send it for publication. Then obviously you will learn all these things by yourself. So all the very best. And thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, Harrison. Thank you very much for your very informative, interesting, and engaging session. I'm sure that each time we see a red sari, its correlation with acid reflux disease will be reminded of it, and this is quite an interesting aspect. Thank you, sir. Now we welcome all the audience to the doubt clearing session. You can either ask them or put it in the chat box. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for the wonderful speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
So our next speaker of the day, Dr. G Narendran sir, is the Senior Deputy Director at Tuberculosis Research Center, Chetpet, Chennai. He graduated from Madras Medical College and he has done his GNB Chest Medicine from Institute of Thoracic Medicine, MMC. He has received several awards during his UG and PG days. He has been a co-investigator with Dr. Soumya Swaminathan in several RCTs. He has 56 publications to his credit and has presented many posters and oral papers at international conferences. He has been a member of many professional bodies, of a reviewer of national and international journals. He has been a member secretary of Data Safety Monitoring Board and the Institutional Ethics Committee of Institute of Thoracic Medicine. We welcome you, sir, to give the speech on editor's perspective of analysis by a reviewer. Over to you, sir.
Ma'am, am I audible and visible? I would like to share my screen. Please let me know if it is visible and my voice is clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Okay. It's really a difficult time when you go to start playing your cricket in the 45th over and you have 10 minutes to go. So it's the same condition prevailing here where I have to, I think I'm justified in trying to go a little faster because most of the topics are overlapping and most of the slides may take you to the same point. So those slides I'll try to go fast in the want of time. So I just give my disclaimer that whatever I'm saying is of my own opinion and there's nothing to do with my institute. So papers, usually when they get accepted, madam, are you able to see my slide and is it moving?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The slides are visible and the slides are moving, sir.
Okay. Okay. Just to say that most of the times we have a pleasant this thing if we are successful. There is always a saying that success is the sweetest for those who never succeed. I was not ever, although mentored by one of the greatest scientists in the world, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, my first paper never got published. Like Mohammad Afghani, it went 21 times, 21 journals and returned back. And I'm keeping it very safely with me for anybody to read. So what happens before that? So that is what is important. It's not a smooth stream always and there are rapids around. So just to touch upon the point, usually I'll go in looking at both the spectrums, the spectrum in the way of the author and the spectrum in the way of the reviewer. So usually when we write some research in academia, this is what happens. So this is one of the slides which was shared to me by my colleague from Stanley. This is sometimes really annoying to the author as well as to the editor. And finally, when you finish off the paper, you don't know where you started and where you ended. So these are the tinkering things which would have occurred while the paper is on the way with respect to each of the reviewers. So I'm just going to brush up your basics. I'm not going to add anything more to the elite group, which is already there. The most important is budget. We often see that the budget never includes the publication fees. Publication fees, if you go to a good standard journal, is as costly as $1,500, which is the least which is actually requested or I'll say demanded by international journals. This is something which usually, unless and until a corpus is created in medical colleges, it's extremely difficult for a student with a very bright idea and a very good paper to publish it. This is very, very important, especially so when you don't have a proper sponsor as far as medical colleges are concerned. And the knack, which I want to tell you personally, is whenever we ask for a waiver, sometimes they reject it or send it to a journal which is of a lesser impact factor. So it is not just science, but finance also which matters. The other biggest problem is to get everybody on board. People very rarely understand what is the meaning of authorship. Lending a hospital, lending the hospital facilities, lending the data alone does not put over a person or authenticate one person to become an author. This is what many people don't understand, and there's always a problem at the back of the PA, because when you take Lancet, I saw some of the previous presentations. When you take Lancet, it's only 20 people which are actually on board in the title page, whereas all the others will be quoted in the supplement. It's really sad to say that you take any of our associations or organizations, they don't understand the importance of your name coming even in the supplement, because not all of them can be credited here, but doesn't mean that the credit of those people who are in the supplement are actually belittled or they have done less service to this paper. Obviously, it is not. This is something which I request all of you to take it to your higher authorities and make them understand that even if you're a co-author, it is very, very important that that your importance is recognized by for your promotion or whatever it is. That recognition should be given, but that is unfortunately lacking currently. That's what happens with the PA. Then most important for you is to declare your conflict of interest, because post access publication, there are lots of now emails which go to you as an author even after publication. So you have to be very careful to say that whatever is the conflict of interest, whether it is less or minimal or more, you have to better declare it so that you don't have problems in future. The other important thing is the regulatory approvals. Whatever approvals you have got, unless you have sent a completion report or something to all these bodies, they can meddle with your paper. They are empowered to meddle with your paper, I can say. The most important thing which you should always understand is whenever you write a paper or you submit to your journal, immediately if you get a reply, never get elated. And if you get it this way, where they say we accept only 6%, we accept only 7%, it's very clear that you are not trying to get into your journal where the interest of the journal is different from your paper. This is very simple message. I used to say in arranged marriage, if the bride or the bridegroom do not like each other, immediately they will say the horoscopes do not match. It's not that the horoscopes do not match, it is that there is some dissatisfaction, and that is readily clear with this kind of a reply from an editor. Then comes the flow of reviews. The usual format nowadays is, first there is a format manager or editorial manager who checks, nothing to do with the editing or the editor as such. The editorial manager is nothing but they put it in a perfect format, and also they try to see if you've got all the documents which are available before you start submitting it or uploading it in the internet. The editor, give me 1 second, please. The editor will look into the journal message and whether it is coherent or concurrent with the paper message. There is a manuscript message and suitable to attract readers. So these are the two important roles of the editor. So looking at, see, because if you buy something which cannot be sold, again, this is a problem. So it's not that your paper is not fit enough for the journal. It means that the journal has got a different focus, a different spectrum of readers, and that is why he wants to reject it. But the major crux of comments comes from the reviewers. The editor sends to the reviewers, and the reviewers help the editor in decision making. Then how to manage these reviewers? The checklist has to be followed. There are lots of checklists. I saw in the previous presentation also talking about the webs and the scopus and like that. We have checklists. You please go through the checklist. It doesn't mean that every part of the checklist should be applicable to your paper or manuscript. So wherever it is not applicable, you can say it's not applicable. If you're trying to publish a clinical trial, then it has to follow the consort guidelines. But if it is something else of observational studies, you have to have a strobe statement. In strobe also, you have various kinds, like a retrospective study, you have a case control, you have a cohort, you have a mixed pattern. Better go for the mixed pattern, because the reason is it will combine both, so that if you have any doubts, you can always revert back. The most important thing what the reviewer checks, the editor or the reviewer checks is the message is clear, the message is concise, and the message is correct. A true reviewer understands the scenario in which it's conducted. I often seen some of the reviewers writing when we go in for COVID, saying that there is missing data and all that. Obviously, they don't understand that we are not like, we do not have that kind of a data system where we keep doing it. And the pandemic literally took tear open every health system in the world. And we were more concentrating, thanks to all of them who had been this COVID warriors. They have been helping to save lives rather than trying to write manuscripts. So that being the reason, this has to be understood by the reviewers. And the most important thing which is not being given paid heed or respected actually is the journal guidelines. I think this was told in the previous lecture. You have to look at the guidelines with respect to the requirement because they are the basic ones. You can't say that if this 500 words is your abstract, you go for 650 because now the computer itself rejects. You will not be able to upload it. But even if you upload it, you have to be very careful with the words. And then again, it's going to be the subject in matter and continue this focus of the journal, the flow of language in the journal. It should, it requires, what I mean to say is, like when you recite a poem, you all know that there should be some rhythmicity. In the same way, the language should be flowing. It should not be too much lengthy sentences where, and what I mean to say is, when you start, let's say, with, describing the education of a child, you say you start from kindergarten, then you go to preschool, then you go to high school. It should be that way. Then this was a point which was highlighted or reiterated earlier. Read at least 3 articles within 3 months in the same journal or in 3 journals which you have selected and see how the pattern goes. The reason why I'm saying is the journal has a pattern which has to be understood by the author. That is what the editor will appreciate. It's not a question of how good your science is. Obviously, that is also important. It's very difficult for you to start changing your references with respect to each of the journals. So use anything. You can use an EndNote, you can use a Mendeley. There are lots of softwares available. I think somebody is taking on software. So you go to that and put it and align it in such a way that when you start writing, it gets filled up automatically, and the alignment and format automatically changes with respect to the journal you have selected if you use a software, just to make you more lazy than what you were. And what is most important is look at the supplements which have been published. Most of us read the main paper or just the abstract and then leave it, and look at the editorial board as already told by the previous speaker. So what happens if you are not following the rules? It will be just like this man trying to catch water in this bucket. So it doesn't make any sense. You wait patiently for the editor or the reviewer to call you back. So the letter to the editor, I'm just giving a few tips because I'm very frank to tell you that I'm not the boss in this kind of this thing, because I'm also an author and I'm also an investigator. So I have very few things as an editor or for a reviewer, because I've stopped reviewing a lot of journals for the only reason they take your time and they do not give you back anything, not even a waiver in your publication fees. This has to change. The most important point is to be very precise and create interest in your article. That is what the reference letter is not like what the GOs or something we pass in our office for routine office work saying that this, and see that it goes away. It's not like, it's not a leave letter which you are writing to the RV. You are making yourself more attractive to the editorial board. The second is boast a little about your accomplishments and success stories. Very, very important if you already published in the same journal. That is what is more important. The other thing is try to get related journals also. You say that even though the journals may not be published by you, the manuscript may not be published by you, you say this is what I saw in your journal, and this is coherent to it or in continuation of these findings, which may find use to the readers, something like that. And the last one is please have it signed by the topmost person in your team to recognize you. This is important so that you come out, and then you can also talk about just talking about the difficulties or constraints does not take you anywhere, but you should say these were the difficulties and how you had overcome it to make it successful. That's what gives you the success story. And this is what I have told in the previous mention. Sometimes we do not give importance to keywords. Whenever you start searching, suppose let's say your own friends want to search your own journal, unless the keywords are given in such a way that they should be generic as well as precise. That itself is a challenge by itself. You have to spend time on keywords. Then what you need to do about abstract. Till I was a postgraduate, any manuscript, if somebody is asking me to read, I used to read the abstract and immediately come to them. That is what we usually do as a student. Even now, if we don't have time, first we read the abstract and then only go to the main. So that is where the abstract is very, very important. It should be concise and precise. The biggest problem when you are constricting the abstract from your main paper is that it should actually infer the same with respect to the main manuscript, which is very difficult. Of course, it's an art by itself. That being the reason, it's not a bad idea to give it to your colleague or to a person who is educated in that field, but is not part of your manuscript or your study. When he reads this, obviously I have seen many times my friends come to me saying that this part is not at all there in your abstract, which means or you have shrunk it too much that the main point doesn't get revealed. So these are the drawbacks you have with abstracts. Then the last one is usually don't start writing the abstract initially. You should finish your manuscript and then go for the abstract and see to that whatever, like what I mean to saying, it's not a film trailer where you show the rosy things and you do not show the other points. Here, the dilemma with respect to the writer is he should show everything what has happened, but in such a way that it is shortened. So it's not a very easy thing to do. So just give you a glimpse. This is not a guideline or regulation. You have your own opinion. Usually abstracts have got a word limit. So the easiest thing for you is do not give too much of introduction. We often see that people introduce too much in the abstract, but what is more important is the methodology, and much more important is the results. So if you look at the other two spectrums, like the intro or the conclusion, that should not be more than 2 or 3 lines, and the conclusion should be very precise. There are 2 ways in which you write an abstract. One is a structured abstract in case of original articles. Other is an unstructured abstract in case of review articles. Then you please follow the checklist and depending on your study. The most important point is a study done on who actually how important abstract is showed that the abstract alone is read 60 to 80% of the time and 32% to judge it. So you can understand how important abstract is. Now coming to the parts of the whatever manuscript you are writing, the background usually we lose our way. That's what we usually see. And finally, what happens is you put people to slumber. It becomes a sammohana astra. Do not, you have to be very careful in trying to lead that background precisely towards what you are trying to do. It should be like what we usually see during the interval of a movie. Immediately you have a suspicion or you get into a inquisitive nature, what is going to happen next in the afternoon or post break. So that is how the abstract, the background should stop. Statistics. Beautifully, I really appreciate the previous speaker who showed that kind of a spurious correlation between red sari, this ulceration, and this is very, very important. But the problem arises because when we have in statistics, never ask the statistician about what is the cause of it. Just give me 1 second, please. I'm sorry, just give me 1 second, please. I'm sorry for the break. So what is important and the commonest mistake among medical fraternity is to go and give the data to the statistician, ask which is significant, which is not significant. That's not the right way to do. The most important is you find out or you have a hypothesis that these are the factors which are significant. These are the factors which are not significant, and try to find out whether this association holds good with respect to the power of the study. This is very, very important because even in live, this thing, we had a paper from, I think from one of the states, southern states, which said that people who drink alcohol, if you look at the paper, very interesting, people who drink alcohol are much more safer with respect to myocardial infarction than those who do not. This was a shocking thing. There are very many statisticians who had gone into the paper. One of my teachers, Dr. Jayasilan from CMC, looked at this paper very carefully, and then he deduced and found out that those who boozed actually had lesser time trying to have a smoke. So there was an inherent factor of smoking which was less in this group, and that is why it became like that. Exactly like what the previous speaker has spoken. So what is important is for you to analyze whether it is sensible to correlate, because what we call it as a spurious correlation, that doesn't make any sense. The most important is clinical interpretation. Mostly we get upset that the p-value is 0.063 because nowadays we don't go for p-value of less than 0.05. Most of the international articles ask, what is your p-value? You don't say the p-value is more than 0.05, not significant. So you have to give the exact p-value. If your p-value is, let's say, 0.063, but you have a sensible interpretation and you have a very clinically relevant conclusion, then we do take it, because this is not biology. I'm sorry, this is not maths, this is biology. division increases the number in biology or decreases in maths. So please understand that the clinical interpretation takes over all the other criteria. Limitations. Please try to tell the editor or the reviewer what are the limitations. Limitations are important. If you are a researcher or a scientist or a medical person who wants to read an article, I would say now the best way for you to start looking at the limitation. What are the constraints in which this study was done? Finally, they will say that there were no patients, there was no data, and that's how it was done. I'm just joking about this. You can't do that, but it has happened in COVID. In the first two papers, which was actually is published in, I think, New England Journal as well as Lancet, there was no data to share. And it was totally humiliating for a high-class paper to say that there was no data. Now it is mandatory that you give the raw data, de-identified raw data in the website, which shows that you are authentic and authorized to have written this paper. Conclusions is very, very important. Most of the times we get conclusions very bizarre. Finally, it's almost like trying to find out the edge of a circle. So that is not easy. It's not a square, it's a circle. When it's clinical trials, they say that after you finish it, they say, we found out that this study is slightly, the power is less and we'll have more studies are required. You tell what you have found out. Do not ever tell this. Every time we see in most of our papers, most studies are required to confirm your finding. Then what is the use of you reading your study? You yourself, you are degrading your study, which is not so. You can say that if this has, that is why what I'm saying is whatever you want to put this, don't put it in the conclusion, put it in your limitation. Now comes the role of the editor. The role of the editor is to check the paper for appropriateness. And the most important thing is selection of appropriate reviewers or alternate reviewers. If suppose, let's say the decision of one reviewer is to say, accept the article where the other says reject it with strong justifications with both, then he has to appoint a third reviewer for adjudication and then pass on the reviewer's comments to authors. And most importantly, which is usually left out by editors, is decision of the paper to the reviewer. Now, what is the role of the reviewer? And what is the role of this peer review? It's a trusted form of scientific communication from an expert outside the realm of the paper, but who has expertise in the relevant field. Most of the times, pitifully, we see somebody reviews the paper, but doesn't have the expertise. So whenever you are asked to be a reviewer, please be bold enough to say that I am not competent in this kind of a field. You please send it to others. This not only helps you and increases your honesty, but it also helps the author to publish his scientifically relevant material. Just because you do not know about this field, it doesn't mean that the author has actually gone down in his standards. And look at the quality, originality, validity. The most important point of peer review is to lessen the errors which are already found, whether it is grammatical, whether it's semantic, whether it's going to be scientific, or whether it's going to be statistical. This actually is the role of the reviewer to improvise on the draft. To give you a personal example, we had sent an article to American Journal of Critical Care and Respiratory Diseases. They reviewed it in such a way that the reviewers' comments were so good that we were able to get to the journal and have it accepted. Even though it was quite a lengthy review, there were around 50 to 60 questions, but still the quality of the paper was really good. So that is what is important. And for the reviewer, his duty is not to mock at the this thing. Because I go back to my Mahaperi was saying, there is no stupid teacher. There is no stupid student. There can be a stupid teacher. There is no stupid question. There can be a stupid answer. So this is what is important. We have to encourage our students, including me as a student. I learned a lot in your lectures previously. What is important is to tell them that this is your strength and this is your weakness of the draft. It is not it's not a fault-finding mission where you just say that these are the drawbacks. That actually turns you into a very bad reviewer. And even if you are actually turning down the paper for whatever reasons it may be, it has to be important that it should the language should speak. Most of the times we see that the language of the reviewer is literally bad. Though that is why that's why people are discouraged to write papers. And the most important thing is to respond in a reasonable time frame. So that is what is important. Now, reviewers have their own opinion. What you need to do is try to convince if you are right. You do not have to step down and say that you say, I'm sorry, I'm not a male, I'm a female. You have to accept that. You have to say that these are the circumstances in which we have written it that way. The other thing is, if somebody says wrong and you think it is wrong, then try to modify it. If both of you agree, then try to pacify it. So there are three important points to remember as far as review is concerned. They look at the validity of science, they look at the quality of the experimental design, and the appropriate methods used. That is what is important. It's not just each one of the three are important. If in case these three are there, there are additional duties of a reviewer. You don't go and discuss this paper with somebody. Otherwise, you ask permission with the editor if in case you don't have expertise. But I would suggest I will turn down the paper saying that I don't have the competency to review this paper. Please give it to so-and-so who is really competent to do that. The second is what this paper is going to generate interest in my journal, people reading. That is what is another important thing. So I would say that we have to be a good, able guide for the author. Then there are various types of review. The most common one is the single-blinded review, where the reviewer knows the author, but the author does not know the reviewer. You know what is happening to doctors nowadays. So if a patient doesn't get all right, the thing is the doctor has to be thrashed to satisfy the population, whether it is going to be real time. That kind of a sense which we need to definitely stand together and then get this problem out of India at least. The second one is what we see in movies. Very proudly, the hero comes, slashes the doctor and says that, please look into my pay, as if we are not going to do this. These are the things which we need to definitely avoid, because we need to make the society understand, I am a proud doctor, I'm very happy that I'm a doctor, and this has to go into, because the other alternative medicines is in a very, every person, I'm not alternative medicine, I'm talking about alternative countries, you have to pay, you have to shell out so much of money to get an appointment. And these people don't understand the value of doctors in India, which we need to train the society for that. Double-blinded is where the reviewer as the authors do not know it. Of course, there's an open review that is not usually followed. What we require is author-guided open review, which is usually followed, where you give the names of the reviewers. This actually reduces the bias. So the editor has a balance of reviewers which are actually provided by the author, and he also has a balance. He has the list of reviewers of the journal. So he gives, let's say, two people, one from here and one from there, so that his bias is also reduced. And most importantly, nowadays, just publishing your journal, you don't stop with that. You have something called post-publication review, where the author is asked, even after this thing, publication, some questions on which please answers. We find authors are very complacent, thinking that, okay, my job is done. So whatever data set you have, please preserve them so that you can analyze it and send it to the readers. Then how to share comments. The confidential one goes to the editor, saying that overall merit. There you express as a reviewer that whether this paper has to be accepted, rejected, or modified. If it's modified, a minor revision or a major revision. Where the improvement is required, you have to be very clear. Most of the times what happens, none of us have got an Adobe Acrobat, a paid version, which actually has a editorial editing method. The foreign journals do have. Of course, Indian journals don't have. They send it to you in PDF. It's really difficult for you. Finally, you have to take the PDF, take a printout, scan it and read it. But every place, it's the role of the editor or the editorial manager, in fact, not the editor, the editorial manager, to give give a PDF in such a way that you are able to edit it or show that these are the problems, and this should be, whether it's a sentence or a para or a page or a figure. And I would always say the comments should be constructive, it should be comprehensive, it should be very clear. Even if you reject it, it should be consoling, it should be coherent and consolidated. So this is how you have to give your reviews. So the reasons for acceptance and rejection, most importantly, timely and relevant. There are lots of complications or problems which you always face when we write a paper. The most important thing is we start writing the paper. By the time we finish it off in 6 months or 7 months, it is not relevant at all. For example, COVID. Things keep changing with every wave of COVID. So you write something what is happening in the first wave. Finally, what happens in the second wave? Of course, it is science. The second important thing is methodology and statistics. It should be good and readable. There are, of course, substitute for good semantic talent. Yesterday, I was listening to one of the lectures, beautiful verses in English, where they said, sleep is a non-negotiable biological necessity. What I mean to say, I'm just giving an example of how good the flow of English is. This is very, very important, especially when you touch international journals and the way in which it is neatly presented. You don't jumble up things. You make a very smooth circle and make a very smooth flow of a stream. Then it's easy. Most of the time it's rejected because of poor statistics, especially with respect to sample size and power. Most importantly, tall claims. You have a very small study. You please explain what is the importance and conclude. Don't say that with this, we will be extrapolated to the entire world what we want to do. Methodology is suboptimal, incomprehensible, and then insufficient description of limitation. That is very, very important. You don't ask for questions. Like writing a paper is also like facing an examiner in a Viva OC or an exam. You don't give options for correction, but at the same time, tell or give the import of only what is being asked. So the criteria of evaluation, if you look at a paper, looking at the concept and relevance, either it's a sound research. Most of the time, what happens is you have a Me Too paper. What has been done in very commonly we see in PG thesis. In fact, I mock at my own thesis because I would not have allowed my thesis to be this thing, but that is a part of life because we need to be very frank, we need to pass. So, and the other problem which is faced by a poor medical student is that there is no funding for thesis. That is another big problem. Of course, this also requires a rethinking with respect to corpus formation. And the other important thing is the way the methodology confers and concurs with the question on hand. You have a different research question and you have to go with a different methodology. The basic reason is because the statisticians should be informed. You sit with the statistician and tell what is required and also gain the knowledge of a little bit of statistics. Otherwise, it's very difficult for us to write an article. And how much it adds to the existing knowledge. Whatever is there, you just again keep saying the same thing, doesn't make any sense. And whether we follow the journal, each journal has got a different structure. It is like a door. Let's say the area of a door keeps changing, like an igloo. You cannot go, you pass into the igloo with, for me, like a 6 feet to a guy, just go, you have to bend down, like in a hut. So in the same way, when you squeeze in the journal, the manuscript of the journal, it should actually conform to the shape of the journal. Whenever we revert back to the reviewers, it's very important that if in case he has done a good job, please appreciate it. Most of the times we feel that we are doing some buttering or flattering to the reviewer, not at all, because that is actually honorary work and we need to appreciate him, especially if he gives good ideas for rectification. And then he has a sound, scientifically validated finding. Reviewing should not be done this way, as I had already told you, and this is what is done. And reviewing process as per journals, they look at the most important information is the summary of the research, your overall impression, major and minor issues. You have to give comments as these are majors and these are minors, and then miscellaneous remarks. This is how the remarks have to be bifurcated or trifurcated and then given to the author. The commonest mistakes for rejection I have seen is mix-up of results and discussion. That's a very enthusiastic mistake which all of us have would have done at some part of our time when we are writing, and slowly we have refined ourselves to write this. For example, you don't give the factual values unless it's direly required in the discussion. But usually what happens when you say something, let's say regimen A and regimen B, this is better, you can easily say in the results itself, what happens is the next question you are trying to discuss what is happening, which is not so. The results should always be factual. You say A has this percentage, B has this percentage, and leave it and give the statistical significance. You don't say that hence we think that regimen A is better than regimen B. Don't put that into results. Again, references are not properly taken care of, and this is where the software is helping you. Most importantly, the figures are incomprehensible because you don't have the proper software to edit it. Unfortunately, everything is now, it means money. You may not have the remuneration to do it, but usually they ask for the minimal quality. So you have to have at least one Adobe paid version at least in each of the colleges to help it. So, and the other common mistake we do is abstract. Abstract showed different values and text shows that the main manuscript showed different values. Again, go through the manuscript previously, which is published, and see how many decimal points or how many points do they allow. Some of them allow for 1, some of them allow for 2, and that should be uniform. most of the times we see both in the research, the discussion, or in the abstract, you say 2.1% had this problem, whereas in your text you will say 2.12% had this problem, and then somewhere else you say 2.13% has this problem. That is difference values. The other is 2% has this problem, 2.1% has this problem, and somewhere else you say 2.12% has this one. So there should be some uniformity which is built in your paper for you to have a proper dealing. So the most important point is this. I have always admired this quotes from Thomas Alva Edison, where he said very nicely, Thomas Alva Edison was an adult child that by a hero mother became the genius of the century. Why I am saying is, please do not quote it outside. The reason for me to say is, it's not that those who are famous with so many publications, so many posters and all that, having leading clinical trials, it doesn't mean that all of us have succeeded in the first attempt itself. So this is very important. And just one quick request for you all, those we are actually into research in post-COVID, that is post-COVID sequelae. So any patient you have who is neither too sick or absolutely normal, those intermediate between who are ambulatory with a good Karnofsky scale, we have our post-COVID clinics on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So they are welcome to, we do all the investigations, including echo and QSPECT, and we are finding a lot of sequelae mediated defects. We are doing it with MMC. So if you have these cases, please refer to us and help us out. Thank you so much, and I'm willing to take any questions which you have.
Audience, any questions?
Thank you, sir, for the nice presentation. Can you elaborate about the management of these post-COVID patients briefly, sir?
Madam, actually what we are trying to do is, we are not actually looking at the management now, because nobody knows how long to manage. It's a huge. So what actually we are trying to do is, we want to know and establish and confirm if these patients require blood thinners for a prolonged time, or they require antifibrogenic agents for a prolonged time. Here it's only more of diagnosis, where we try to do a QSPECT. It's a QSPECT is actually available only in Omanthura and Ames. If you have more interest, I can share my number and this thing, you can contact me, because that will be irrelevant for the others, this thing, but I'll definitely tell you what we are doing, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for the very informative and entertaining and interesting presentation on the editor's perspective and analysis by reviewer. You could effectively present such a tough topic in a very fun-filled and engaging manner. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And now I'd like to request all the participants to disperse for the lunch break. The post-lunch academic session will commence at 1:15 p.m. Thank you all for your cooperation till now. 2:15 p.m. Thank you all for your cooperation till now. தைராக்சின் லீவோ தைராக்சின் கொடுக்குறாங்களா? ஆன்டிதைராய்டு ட்ரக்ஸ் கொடுக்கணும், ரேடியோ ஐரன் கொடுக்கணும், ப்ரொபனலால் கொடுக்கணும்.
Good afternoon. We welcome you all back to our session. Our next speaker of the day is Dr. Monikam Ponnaya. He is a grade F scientist in ICMR, National Institute of Epidemiology. He graduated from Government Siddha Medical College of Tamil Nadu, and he did his master in epidemiology from CMC Vellore. He completed his PhD in epidemiology from Sri Chitrai Tirunal Medical Science and Technology. He is the principal investigator, co-investigator, co-principal investigator, and coordinator of many ongoing research projects. And he is a mentor for international training programs. He is a member of many training and teaching committees and ethical review and research committees. He has won many prizes, awards in the field of public health, and he is a member of International Epidemiological Association and Indian Association of Leprologists. He has numerous national and international publications to his credit. We welcome you, sir, to share your knowledge. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for your nice introduction. My job has been made easier and simpler because there were many presentations which touched upon the topic that was given to me. I'm thankful to all the speakers, especially speakers like I think Rajesh from the KMC, and also Narendran. Many people touched upon this topic here and there. So I will be very brief, and I will be talking only to the point of the theme that is given to me, around the theme given to me. And can you see my slides? Can somebody confirm whether my slides are visible and am I audible?
Sir, your slides are visible and you're audible, sir. You can
very
proceed.
Good. Thank you very much. So the objective for this session is to make sure we have an understanding of what are the various ethical issues concerning the publication process. I don't know whether many of you are aware of this life cycle of research. The research cycle begins with identifying a proper research question, a gap that is already identified to be addressed, that is converted into research question, and then goes on in terms of developing good protocol. And then finally, what the area that is marked is we need to make sure we have a good interpretation, and therefore we formulate recommendations. And these are shared with stakeholders. One of the methods of sharing with the stakeholders is publishing. Why do we publish? We need to publish because it's part of our academic and career progression, professionally speaking. It allows us to make sure we share the results with all those concerned. For example, if it is from a specialty, for example, pharmacology, we make sure we share with pharmacology colleagues. So make sure this information reaches to them so that that can be used for further potential use in various forms. The communication in a journal also makes sure we spell out the areas that the research has not touched upon, or the areas that newly emerged or flagged, so that it becomes a potential research question or potential research questions for subsequent research by somebody else. And finally, another ultimate objective of publishing the findings is to make sure we increase and we really scale up the demand to make sure practice is around evidence. However, as mentioned by my previous speakers, the process of publication has its own dilemmas, issues, problems, concerns between various steps in the process to get it published. It starts with the research process, and it then finally ends up with making it in the public domain in the form of a journal publication. So there are 6 of them which I have listed. It starts with breach of confidentiality, fabrication, falsification, authorship, which was touched upon my colleagues, plagiarism, which was also touched upon my colleagues who was earlier speakers, and ethics that is related to submission. Again, this was touched upon by one of the speakers, and finally the conflict of interest. We're going to see each one of them. When we say that we are going to breach confidentiality, it's basically against the guidelines that exist in terms of responsible conduct of research. So ethical conduct of the research covers the peer review by a human ethics committee and animal ethics committee wherever it's appropriate, and then their approval in line with our Indian national guidelines. Informed consent and assent is part of the research, especially involving human participants. And for those who are dealing with clinical trials, which is the case with many of the people who are from the specialty of pharmacology, Dr. Aruna and team, the trials have their own important regulations. There has to be registered with Clinical Trials Register of India, for example. And the data confidentiality is with reference to the permissions that are needed to make sure we have an approval to share the data with somebody outside the institution for analysis or for whatever additional interpretation related issues. The second form of the issue with reference to publication ethics is simple and it's very straightforward, and which is very often picked up and talked elaborately in the media and in professional circles. These are fabrication or falsification. Fabrication amounts to creating a data from a study that was never done or artificially created. That is fabrication. Falsification means, you try to grind the data in such a way that you get what you want. You obtain the results that you want. Especially the people have this passion for going after p-values, and until the p-value is obtained, they manipulate the data in such a way that they have the desired results. One of the ways and means by which this can be prevented or reduced to the maximum extent is to make sure that case record forms and all the data is available for access by anyone who wants to check against this clause. The third one is about authorship. I'm glad that my previous speakers touched upon it. Authorship, as mentioned by the previous speakers, and according to National Medical Commission, now it becomes very crucial that whether you are in the first three or not, right? And also whether you are a corresponding author. From the National Medical Commission's point of view of promotional criteria. So therefore, this is where the tricky things happen. I'm sure all of you might have heard the instances where you are sometimes under influence to insert a name or delete a name or promote a name in the order or give credit that is not due. In strict sense, authorship means a professional way of conferring the credit, and also make sure we give responsibility and accountability for each of the people who are responsible for the work that was done and it's going to be published. My previous speakers mentioned about the Indian International Committee of Medical Journal Editors criteria, authorship criteria, and I saw a beautiful slide by Dr. Rajesh, I think Rajesh Kumar. He talked about one slide where he presented the ICMJ criteria on which authorship is precisely decided. Rajesh Kumar and Dr. Hari Venkatesh also touched upon it beautifully. I would like to add to this already mentioned statements about authorship, this credit author statement. I like this very much because it defines not exactly authorship, but contributorship, which actually decides authorship. There are 14 contributor roles one can take, starting from conceptualization, data curation, to that of writing and reviewing and editing. ICMG criteria, for instance, spells out these four criteria. The first one, which was already mentioned, a substantial contribution in the form of either conception or design of the study, acquisition of or analysis of data, and then interpretation of data. Drafting the work or revising it critically for important intellectual content is also another criteria. And final approval for the version that finally gets into the print is another criteria. Last but very important, a person becomes accountable for all aspects of the work and ensuring that the integrity of the work in any form, in any stage, and all of the analysis and results thereof presented are appropriately investigated and resolved. Therefore, ICMG criteria spells out these four components to become an authorship. However, the credit author statement goes one step beyond in spelling out the details of contributions made by individual authors. And now I understand from the recent ICMJ position that ICMJ also recognizes credit author statement as part of submission. So therefore, my dear friends, if authorship decisions are taken, it has to be taken at the very beginning, with the very outset of designing the study and writing the protocol. And then when you have reached a stage wherein some others have also contributed, then you use, for example, the credit author statement to decide of the 14 roles, what did each one contribute, and therefore you make a meaningful authorship list. This is often the problem, therefore I am elaborating on it. And then I'm sure all of you can go to the website of credit author statement and then use it. Credit stands for contributor roles taxonomy. The fourth area is related to submission. This was also cited by one of my previous speakers, and I'm also grateful to one of the speakers. I think Hari, I don't know whether it was Hari Venkatesh or Rajesh Kumar, but then elaborately talking about some aspects of ethics related to submission. For example, submitting the same manuscript to different journals at the same time. And the other method is to create new manuscripts with the same data set, and they are often called salami publications. Then the third thing is to make sure your own paper gets the maximum citations, then therefore it contributes to what was mentioned by one of the speakers, contributes to the impact factor making business. I think Hari Venkatesh mentioned it. So you make sure with reference to the submission related areas, you don't submit it simultaneously to different journals. Don't make slices out of your paper and then distribute it to different journals, the same data set. And then do not do self-citation. Last but very important is about predatory journals, about which my friend Hari Venkatesh previously did it beautifully. My only addition to his lecture is that in India, if at all there is one thing, apart from the criteria mentioned by National Medical Commission, there is this UGC CARE, which is sort of very well pooled, well done, well created list of journals, which you can check whether some health and medical and basic sciences related journals are available, which ensure that they don't follow the predatory practices. The fifth one is in terms of plagiarism. This was again mentioned by my speaker. Very simply, please, English is not our mother tongue. As mentioned by my colleague Dr. Jayashree, this writing, scientific writing, is different from our other writing. Therefore, we have to take utmost care in making sure we write sentences on our own. We make sure we do not copy and paste. If at all we have to do something about quoting somebody's work, we make sure we have cited it. We have taken consent from them. Suppose, for example, if you want to say something, attribute that particular statement to a particular author, whether it is published or unpublished work, you make sure you have a consent. You give due credit by citing it, or you say that, mention it that this is the source, or you acknowledge that this particular, for example, theoretical figure drawing is taken from some source. You have to make sure you know that you are not engaged or you are not getting into this misconduct, because plagiarism is a serious business. If you are caught, your entire career is under a lot of strain. One of the other things that I would like to point out is there are anti-plagiarism softwares. So the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, for example, uses what is called Urkut software. And if you go to the website, they have a method by which this is being used. And they recommend 25% levels of reporting, similar to other work of same nature. So basically, Software comes late, but then what you begin with the beginning is to make sure you don't copy paste. You use your own sentences, words to write something, even if it is simple, straightforward. Make sure you acknowledge the sources to which you are referring to, even if it is unpublished. Make sure you cite references accurately and precisely, and avoid, writing, producing papers out of papers from the same type, and use legitimately a software to measure how much could be the plagiarism and then report it. Especially those who are in the MGR Medical University, they have to report along with the plagiarism level and the certificate. Last but very important is in terms of conflict of interest, which to my in my list is very important. Many times the conflict of interest is not disclosed in the fear of disclosing it. But then if you have anything to do with the direct or indirect influence to the manuscript from a financial point of view, from a personal point of view, from social reasons or other interests, then you have to disclose it. This is very simple in its form, but then this is very often missed when people write papers. One of the prominent conflict of interest, which is very well known, and I'm talking to a group of pharmacologists, eminent pharmacologists from Chennai. They know this very clearly, that if you are dealing with a clinical trial, which is supported by a pharmaceutical company, definitely conflict of interest is there as a prominent issue. But then there could be other things that you need to remember and make sure, we flag it. It is very important that at the time of submission, any conflict of interest whatsoever has to be disclosed. And it's up to the reader to determine whether the conflict of interest has its own influence on the way the data is interpreted, the way the conclusions are made, and therefore the recommendations thereof. So this is up to the reader. We don't have to worry about it. The journal will have its own conflict of interest, related procedures, statements that you have to make, signatures that you need. But then the important point is you need to disclose them. The consequences of any research misconduct that we described in the last few slides has its own repercussions in terms of, for example, whether this is a major or minor misconduct. Internationally, there is a Committee on Publication Ethics, which deals with the entire publication ethics and what to do when somebody breaches the publication ethics. One of the two things that I can flag here is the authors can get blacklisted by member journals. That's one thing. If your institute, especially the Institutional Human Ethics Committee, comes to know about the publication ethics breach, then they can take action. For example, they can say that that they can write to the journal and then say that this paper has been published and there is an issue here. So therefore, they can withdraw. They can suggest to the editor to withdraw the paper from the public. It's called retraction, or they can even say something in the committees where promotions are assessed, or in the records where promotions are. They can also make sure the future conduct of the researcher or the author is scrutinized every time they come for a review. There is a checklist that can be useful in this context. The reason why I am talking about this checklist here is that now that everybody, as mentioned by our DME in the morning, Professor Shantimala, that now the publication has become an essential part of the game in terms of professional and promotional avenues. So it becomes now a race. Everybody is vying with each other to publish papers. But then it is very important that in any of these publication processes, in the National Institute of Publication, starting from protocol writing to that of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, you make sure you follow the ethics of doing it. Therefore, it may be very useful to have a checklist and make sure we are not crossing any of the line of control, and then we are caught in a dilemma where we have to regret for what we have done. We are morally and ethically and as per the regulations, we are bound by responsible conduct of research. Therefore, the publication pressure in the peer group has to be driven by a careful scrutiny of a checklist while doing this game. First thing, we have to make sure that we have all the approvals, whether it is regulatory or technical and ethics. Very often, the journals may come back to you and check with you whether this particular, for example, approval, let's say with reference to Human Ethics Committee, is it this journal, whether they have the reference, can you give the copy of it? With reference to registration of clinical trial, it's now mandatory that you have to have the registration number, and that rule is different for internationally supported clinical trial. The rule is different for nationally supported clinical trial. And now with the new Drugs Clinical Trial Act, this is very important that we have to mention that it is registered and we follow all the guidelines, both regulatory and national guidelines and ethics. The documentation of consent, I don't have to repeat it. It is imperative that it is part of the approval process. Second checklist item is in terms of accuracy of the data itself, and the other two things that I mentioned about falsification and fabrication. You make sure there is no manipulation of whatsoever in the process of data collection. That could mean in the materials that were used, in the equipments, in the processing, anywhere. You make sure there is no data that is entered in an imaginative manner without actually collecting from the participants, and make sure there is a double checking on data accuracy. This is very, very important because sometimes we as academically placed in settings like Kilpauk Medical College, we depend on our fellow colleagues who may be other departmental people, our own people at various levels. There are many people who will be involved in collecting data. So make sure you have a good supervision and monitoring, and there's a checking on data accuracy. Plagiarism, I have already mentioned about it in detail. I think we have to be very conscious that we don't get tempted to cite our own work in an inappropriate situation unnecessarily, or others' work without getting any permission. And then we are also very careful in making sure we cite something for which we have permission. It could be anything, okay, in terms of a framework, a figure, a table, or a picture, or a case report. For a case report, we have a diagram, we have a photograph, everything. And if necessary, and if you have to think carefully, citation is very important with reference to that addition. We make sure we do not engage. We never engage in submission fraud, which means submitting it simultaneously to more than one journal, or lifting it from the previous work of one's own or others in terms of reproducing it in the entirety or partly, and make sure we don't cite our own work again and again. The authorship is part of the race. Therefore, it is very important that we agree on authorship from the very beginning of start of the study, and it is the order in which the authors will be cited is also agreed upon. And later on, I would strongly recommend that we use credit statement to look at the 14 roles played by the contributors and make sure we are in agreement and we know what each others have contributed. And finally, very importantly, make sure there's no gifting or no ghosts involved, or no guests are introduced in the name of authorship. This is very tricky, but then this game has to be played very efficiently, very properly. And finally, conflict of interest. We don't have to be worried about declaring conflict of interest. Non-declaration of conflict of interest is the risk that we carry. The declaration of relevant interest and relationship that influences the findings and the interpretations has to be made with reference to the manuscript. There's no other way but to declare. That will make us on a comfort zone than by not declaring. Finally, I would like to say that, like the traffic rules, the traffic policeman will not take your excuse if you violate traffic rules. Publication process is similar to that. Your ignorance with reference to guidelines is not an excuse, will never be an excuse. We know that in Chennai city, we have a publication ethics breach. There is a big case study in Chennai itself. So familiarity with the guidelines is very important. And we have to make sure whether to what extent we can completely prevent misconduct and avoid altogether. These are the two important things that we need to carry forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful and engaging lecture. We have learned the significance of ethical practice in publishing, and we will ensure to abide by this in our future research work. For participants, any doubts, you can ask in a chat box.
Thank you very much, and I will be happy to answer any questions. And I thank Professor Aruna, and I noted that she's absent for some reason, but I'm thankful to her and also thankful to the entire team for inviting both of us, Dr. Jayashree and myself. And it's wonderful to see, as mentioned by Dr. Jayashree, that this kind of engagement happens in the faculty pool of KMC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There is no question in chat box.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. We move to our next session. Our next speaker is Dr. Pankaj B. Shah. He is the professor and head of the Department of Community Medicine, Ramachandra Medical College and Research Institute, Chennai. Sir has been many members in many committees at Ramachandra Medical College and has a vast research experience. He is also the author and reviewer of Cochrane Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis. He has done many research activities under ICMR, AIMS, Government of India SPARS project and WHO funded project. We welcome you, sir, to enlighten us on role of software in research and publication. Over to you, sir.
Okay, please confirm if I'm audible.
Sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay, I'll just share my screen and confirm that also. Yes?
Your screen is visible, sir.
It is gone into slideshow mode also, correct?
Not yet, sir.
Okay. Now?
No, sir.
Okay. Now you can see in a slideshow mode?
No, sir, it is not in slideshow mode, sir.
Okay, because it is, for me, it is in slideshow mode, no problem. I'll try one more time. Now?
No, sir.
It's not going.
It's not going.
Okay, what I'll do, I'll stop sharing and go back again. One second.
Sir.
One second.
Okay, sir.
Okay, now?
Yes, sir. It's
okay,
in
now it is in slideshow mode. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm really thankful to your entire team, Aruna madam and Ramya Jagdish madam, who coordinated with me. Many of you who are from Chennai probably may be facing the heavy rains since last 2 days, and even afternoon now the heavy rain is going on. To avoid unnecessary bandwidth use, what I will do, I'll just switch off my camera and start going, and then I'll come back again at the last minute. But whatever, please believe me, even if camera is on, only I am speaking and there is no dummy person who is speaking when the camera is off. The topic which is given to me is the role of software in research and publication. Just want to make one more time confirm if I am audible.
Sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, many times what happens when we do research, or for that matter, any activity, our main intention goes towards the IT gadgets. And then what happens? We start learning those gadgets, but we lose our main sight from the work for which we have started. Like say classical example, many times people do research, they want to learn a particular statistical software, they attend so many workshops on those statistical software, but many times because of the workload involved, they may lose sight with the actual academic or the critical content what is required for the research, and more energy goes to the software. Hence, I always believe, please don't mistake me, software should be my servant and not my owner. That means my academic content, my critical content, my research, my publication is the most important. Software is one of the mechanisms which will assist me or facilitate me to do things and should not become my owner, though with due respect to all softwares and all software developers. Just before I start, just few disclaimers. Probably as Manikam sir nicely presented, we can take as a disclosure of my conflict of interest. I have taken so many images over next many of the slides, and those images are with the copyright of their respective institutions and organization or software developers or website. And also the link is available in majority of the images so that authenticity is maintained. Second disclaimer is, just attending or listening to probably a 25 minutes or 30-minute session will not make anybody expert in anything. It is just basically mere orientation and making people aware about things so that they do the things in a right way. Again, to repeat, software is important and it has to facilitate me in my work. Many of earlier speakers, even including Manikam sir, was talking about different steps involved in the research. Many of those steps may not go one after another, but 100% publication cannot come before the start of the work. But say some of the steps, identification of topic, review of literature methods, probably can go hand in together. Then data collection, analysis, and when you start manuscript, again you may go back to the review of literature, and so many things can happen. Even at the time of identification of journal topic, you may look at the journal where you want to publish, etc., etc. Also may look at some of the author guidelines as very clearly described by sir earlier. That is better at the time of identifying the topic and writing protocol is better to have authorship issues very much cleared. Reference management you may like to have even at the beginning of the topic when you are doing a review of literature, so it becomes very easy. Plagiarism check usually comes at the end, but maybe tried as and when you finish one component of the research. Say for example, I am planning a study today, and probably my timeline is within 1 year or 1 or 2 years I am going to publish it. I may start writing the introduction at the same time, methodology, and simultaneously go for plagiarism check. Over a period of last probably next 20 minutes, you may realize some of the spellings are wrong spellings. It's just to make you understand that spellings are intentionally made wrong so that people get that attention and they don't sleep, especially in the online session when the attention period is largely reduced. Finally, revision of the article, making publication, citation, and the future plan. Now, all of us need to understand there was a time probably 20 years back when the computer was available relatively easily in India, and even internet connection was very available in a shell account form where the images were non-seen, and then we expanded. As we expanded, we need to understand now many of the things are available in the form of a software. They are available in the form of a website, and now with everybody wants to have everything in the mobile app, and hence I have synchronized all the things together in the form of availability on the website. Some of the websites are also available in the form of a software. Some of the softwares are also available in the mobile app where it can be used very easily. Now, one of the common things before we do anything is Googling. Classically may not be a verb, but it has become synonymous with verb, with searching all kind of new information on, and it is easily available in our mobile app. When we start looking at the review of literature, There is another important aspect which comes for looking at the review of literature. People used to go to library, e-library, e-books and all. But now with many of the things appears in handy in our desktop, laptop, or in the mobile phone, going to the library has become very, very less. One of the important resources to look at the website is called as PubMed, or National Library of Medicine search engine, where everything is available with all the records which are available in that repository, including the Medline resources and others. This PubMed website is also available in the form of a login form. That means that I can create my own account and save my searches, and also the searches will be getting updated as I move on over a longer period of time. Say for example, I decide today, I have decided this topic and I identify some searches, and I want to find out as I move on in the search for next 2 years or so, if any update comes in this search, should be informed to me, probably like a listserv or by email every 15 days or every month, and those updates will come. And hence that is a very useful tool when it comes to monitoring the progress over the articles or over the new aspects which comes in the form of by creating free login account. Now this is just one example of how search can happen. Now if you take the first search starting from the lower row or the lowest row, number 1, I searched on COVID vaccination with the publication date. I got 41,000 articles. Then I looked at COVID vaccination only in the title. I got 79 articles. And if you go to the aspect number 5, where again COVID vaccination is used in title, but as COVID-19 vaccination, I got 3740 articles. And if you see, if I combine the row number 2, which says COVID vaccination in title, and row number 5, where COVID-19 vaccination in title, there is only one article which is common in both the searches. And if I combine both the 2 and 5 together, it becomes 3818 articles. We need to understand we can search in a common word in any of the search engines, including PubMed, and we have a specific feature to look at the title or title and abstract. And then finally, we can combine with the Boolean operators in the form of and or. But whenever we do that, we need to be very, very careful and understand what is the meaning of and or here. Here it means the search which is found in second as well as fifth both. Only one article is common. And here we are looking at search which is 2 or 5. That means if you see 3740 and 78 will hopefully become 3818. Again, the most important is to develop a login. There is also a facility of downloading things so that it can be easily done. Another important search engine is also required is in the form of a Scopus. Now, Scopus is available in 2 forms. There is something called a Scopus preview or Scopus purchase thing by the institutions. I do not think so individual purchase is possible. Now, since my institution has the Scopus with us, you can see a complete detailed view what I am searching. But also Scopus preview is available, which is free of cost, and limited searches are possible. Now again, I am going for here as a COVID vaccination, and you can see 27,000 articles are found out, and also it can be analyzed in a different way. You can download the content, get the citation overview. One of the important aspects which was possible to a limited extent in PubMed or National Library of Medicine is to download citation in a software which can be used later with the help of a Mendeley software or Zotero software. Now Mendeley and Zotero, if you see here, there's a view Mendeley data. Mendeley and Zotero will talk about slightly later, are the important softwares where we can manage the reference management system and references. As we go on, we obtain references. This is classically possible in today's era when we used to download so many articles from the website, so many databases. What happens finally? My hard disk fills with the topic of 5 GB, 10 GB. And I don't know what to do. I'm totally lost with the GBs of data available on that topic. And probably these kind of softwares may help us to organize in a better way from the beginning. Probably the days are gone where I still remember as my student career, I used to go to the library where usually the basement was the section where the old journals were available in the form of bound form, and then we used to pick up the journal with great difficulty. We used to get the journal, and finally when we look at the article, unfortunately that article is teared by somebody. But today we are born with internet, everything is available on fingertips. Many of these articles are available free, many of them has to be purchased, and probably our library mechanism, which has a networking with all over different libraries all over India, may help us in getting some of these articles. Another best resource which is freely available is called as Google Scholar, as all of you are aware. Again, I am searching here COVID vaccination, and you realize the number of articles which are seen. That means when we do a review of literature, and most important, when I write my discussion in my manuscript, I have to be very careful which databases I am searching, which things I am taking, and which I am not missing, including the latest books and textbooks which are published. Now, if you see here, you can segregate as per the years, etc., which was available. Also, it provides some of the links where the full text article may be available. Now, if you see here, after it, there are some blue things. One is save. You can save your things in your own library. It also helps you to the site. Now, this is one of the important things for citation. As I was telling you earlier, Mendeley and Zotero may be important software-based tool which can help you in citation. This is probably another mechanism where you can copy the citation tool. There are n number of reference management way how you can do the citation of the article, and your manuscript may decide particular way depending on the author guidelines, and depending once the article is rejected from one journal and getting into another journal, you may have to change the reference pattern, and various reference patterns are possible if you want to go ahead. Many times people like to use the software Mendeley and Zotero with respect to reference management. But if you ask my personal opinion, again, don't misunderstand me or misquote me. Usually when I'm working on a project, I'm looking for a reasonable number of references, and I always like to have a thorough hand on those references. Hence, preferably at times, majority of the times, I avoid majority of these softwares which help me in arranging my references. I would like to arrange my all the references in a mechanical way so that I have full control what I am taking and what I am not taking from this reference management system. But many of the people have their ways of storing those databases, and they can pick up fast. But always I prefer to have, unless I have probably a textbook to be written where the references are going to be in 100 and 200, probably I'll personally like to use the database software, or I will directly go for having a personal hand on these references so that I can manually manage them. Another important database which is available is Web of Sciences. The Web of Sciences is also available in the form of a mobile app. The Web of Sciences, you need to create a free account, and with the free account you can see the limited information which is available. You can see what is a Web of Science coverage and different journals you can download from here, so that you need to know which are the journals which are included. The app is also free. App gives reasonably a good detail, specifically will be useful when you want to identify certain important topics where you are working, and it can help. As far as listserv kind of pattern is there, I'm not sure if Web of Sciences is going to send a regular email, but searching those things in a mobile app, which I personally use, it becomes very, very easy to use that. As I was telling you, library and e-library will never lose their importance and is going to be very, very useful. Now, in addition, as we go into research and a so-called publication, one of the important aspects is our data collection tool. Many times our data collection tool can be in the form of paper where we ask the question to the person and then write down. And many times we use the Google form or some kind of a Excel sheet or the data sheet, which can be useful. Google form in the recent times has become very important tool. Even people use SurveyMonkey, and so many other survey tools are available. Google Forms is one of the things which is available with our Gmail account, which many of us use free. Also, there are paid forms of the Google Forms, and the Gmail accounts are available. And another aspect is basic level of minimum analysis is done by the Google Form. But most important, when you are doing a survey, which is a research survey involving human participants, one of the important component of the ethical guideline involves around the informed consent. Please make sure the one-to-one, face-to-face or online informed consent is obtained, and then only the Google Forms are used for analysis and for survey, and should not be, I'm again repeating, should not be the Google Forms sent on WhatsApp. Many times we see at least 1 or 2 Google Forms every day in my WhatsApp. People don't know me, people knowing me, they send it, and all kind of things and permutation combination happens. And those informed consent, which is one of the important guidelines of ethics, have to be maintained, and we have to make sure the data authenticity, the quality of data, who are the people who are filling. Suppose I take one particular topic on COVID awareness among doctors and I send it. Say for example, a lay person or a general population disease, they also may fill up, but there's no guarantee. I'll make sure that survey has to be done along with that. Google Forms and many of these Google applications are very easily available in mobile form. Now, when we are writing our publication, one of the important thing comes, multiple authors write together, or multiple authors write in a different way. Sometimes they write, they send it by email, and number of things happen. One of the important things which can help us in our, including from the beginning of day 1 to write our objective review of literature, introduction, methodology, and even at the final level of publication, an online document writer or document editor where multiple people can do simultaneous writing, and they will also realize what people are doing, addition and subtraction. Though we are doing online editor together simultaneously, it's always better to save one copy of this, whatever latest changes we have done, so that we don't lose our latest changes. Now, when it comes to important aspect where people almost go mad, sorry, I'm using the word mad, is with respect to statistical analysis, and they go all kind of training in statistics. We should know the basic of statistics. We should know how the statistics is being applied. We should probably also know what are the tests are being applied. And also we should know how is the mechanism, may not be in great detail, which acts at the back side of the software or back end of the software. And finally, the most important is how to interpret those results. And some of the softwares which are available, some are free, some are paid. One is called as EpiInfo. EpiInfo has evolved from CDC, available free since very long time, available for desktop, mobile and web and cloud. Before Google Form probably originated, even there was a form entry kind of availability in EpiInfo. Now probably Google Form becomes the almost part of the life, and very few people may be using. But if you plan to analyze your data with EpiInfo, it may be a good idea to have the data entered in EpiInfo. Now, many of the statistical softwares which are coming also comes with something called as latitude integration or GPS integration, also will tell us from which point the data is collected. Say, for example, is house-to-house data collection. You may do the data collection in such a way, the form also includes the point of the house or the person's house where the data is collected as people move from one place to another. Every computer, majority of times we take with a Microsoft Office available, and Excel is also one of the important spreadsheet tool where a lot of basic level of statistics are possible. There are many videos and YouTube tutorials are available where you can do those basic statistics at your easy level. And again, to repeat, softwares are important, but basically what kind of statistics to apply, how to apply, and the most important is the interpretation is very, very important. Then there are also other higher level of versions which are at paid, and some of them may be relatively costly. One of the common thing is used by SAS. SAS is one of the statistical software which is largely used in many of the foreign countries. The one of the best part what I like about SAS is once you enter and put the data in, there is some kind of a locking system. The meaning of the locking system, you cannot manipulate data. As sir was talking about falsification, fabrication, and lot kind of things may happen at the data level. Now those can be easily avoided once the data is entered. It is free, you cannot change it. But many of other places, say Excel or any other software, EpiInfo, there is some flexibility, the data can be changed. But most important, when you are using a live software like say a spreadsheet, let's say for example, and by mistake your hand falls in certain key, there may be a data editing, data error, data deletion. which all those things may happen, which is not intentional, but those kind of things may not be possible here in SAS kind of thing, where the data gets logged. Another software which is recently more publicized in India, and we also had some of the discussion with those people, SAS also came out with another application known as JMP. And if you see JMP, the analysis is so beautiful, lot of visualization, and that's why it combines so-called, if you see website, it says very clearly interactive visualization, and it gives various level of graphs, and majority of the graphs probably we do not understand, and it looks only the glamorous or very colorful, and people become very, very impressive. And that's why the most important interpretation of data, interpretation of graph is very, very important. Another most popular, probably majority of the part of world and in India, is on SPSS. SPSS is one of the statistical package for social sciences. If I'm not wrong, version 28 or something is available. Earlier it was a single module, and after IBM it became multiple modules, and you can institutional level purchase a different kind of modules and you can work on it. Is one of the most user-friendly software probably available where we can use it, but user friendliness also depends on the people, how they use it. Many times people in many parts of the research feel R is one of the user-friendly software. If you are regularly using R, probably you may feel R is a user-friendly. Some people may feel SPSS is the user-friendly. The only difference in SPSS, you have both a command kind of thing where you can write the languages or write the command, how the analysis should be done at an individual letter format or the word format. Also, it gives a feature where you can do a click button. You click on analysis, go to this analysis, go to this test, and automatically is done. But largely, majority of the times in our software, you need to understand those kind of programming language to do this kind of analysis. There is another software known as Stata. Again, it is a paid version, and probably if I'm not wrong, as it says, it is a Stata 17 version is available. Here also there is a combination like SPSS, where the programming languages can be written. You can create your own program, and as well as you can have a click kind of button. But when it comes to user friendliness, people believe again that probably SPSS is more user friendly than Stata. But as I told, people who use more and more frequently, more commonly, they will have their own opinion on user friendliness. More or less, as far as the user friendliness is concerned, all the softwares in statistics may be almost similar in nature, and how you use more frequently and what particular thing you may like in a particular software, you may not think is available in another software, and accordingly you may decide to use multiple softwares also. But again, if you are not from a background where you need to learn statistics in and out, and software is better you concentrate on academic and the clinical or lab based or whatever important science is required, and there are people who can help you with statistical analysis and may guide you, and may not lose your resources, even the mental resources, for learning the intrinsic detail of how to handle those software. Another open source software is available, is called as PSPP. It looks something similar to SPSS, which is freely available, and very good number of analysis can also be done with this software. There is something called as OpenAPI. It is available in the form of website, and if you see lower end, it says download in your desktop, and when you download in the desktop, download OpenAPI, it comes like your software which acts as a small package in your desktop or a mobile. One of the beautiful aspect of this OpenAPI, which probably may or may not be there in another software, is you do not need the complete raw data of Excel sheet. Now, many times when we work with SPSS, SSR, or for example, Stata or Excel or APInfo, a raw data in the form of spreadsheet is available. And if I want to calculate, say, chi-square, or I want to calculate odds ratio or relative risk, then I can click on that then. But here, if I have those tables with me in the form of a raw and column total, 2 by 2 table, you can directly put those 2 by 2 table here. Here gives the option. If you see 2 by 2 table, compare two rates, and so many things where you have some kind of a table with you, number is there, you can use it, and the original raw data may not be fully required for the analysis purpose. As I was telling you, R is one of the biggest software, It is a big mission kind of thing which came because many of the statistical software are a paid version and may not be possible at the individual level and costly. And R is also a science where you need to learn in a nice way. And once you learn probably R also, you may feel like relatively user-friendly software. There are multiple small packages which needs to be installed, and there are different versions of R is also available. Now, there is a practice of people doing the systematic review and meta-analysis. Now, also, though people feel systematic review and meta-analysis is the easiest thing in life, I will tell you it is the most difficult thing to do in the life. Unfortunately, many people take it as an office-based research. They take some topic, do some haphazard analysis, keep those numbers in the table and want to do the meta-analysis table. It's not like that. Systematic review and meta-analysis is the highest level of the quality assessment when it comes to the research, and it has to be done very, very methodological. There are guidelines available, and it takes very, very long time to do a very good quality systematic review. In COVID-19 epidemic, there was something called as live NMA by Cochrane, where the live systematic review and meta-analysis were happening. And you will realize that when you read those things, you realize it's not very easy. But unfortunately, many times these kind of things are abused when people do not know how to use it. So it's one of the highest level of quality which comes systematic review and meta-analysis. And largely people do systematic review and meta-analysis with randomized control trial. And one of the good software which is available through Cochrane is called as Recruitment software, where you can write your whole protocol. And once you write the protocol, you start searching the database and one call. Many times people unfortunately do not write the protocol. They just start searching and doing some kind of a meta-analysis. Recruitment is one of the good software where not only you can enter your protocol first, look at the protocol registration, and then finally look at the searches, you plan your searches, move on searches, have the difference of opinion with different co-authors, come to consensus and develop the forest plot and all kind of things which you look at the publication bias and other things, including reference management. When it comes to systematic review, there is one of the important aspects which needs to be developed, which is called a summary of findings, which can easily help us to understand the implication for research and implication for practice and all those values which are important. And there is something called as Grade Pro software, which can help us. Again, to tell you, Recruitment is relatively easy, what I find as far as use. If you are not comfortable, don't worry about the softwares. You concentrate on technical aspect, your academic aspect, and there are people who can help you with this kind of software when it comes to the use. The easiest and simplest, like Excel kind of spreadsheet, even MS Word is available in every software. And when you realize from the beginning, when I start the research, looking at the topic and start looking at the review of literature and coming to the end of my whole study in the form of publication, references plays an important role. One of the commonest thing which I showed you in Scopus and other places was Mendeley and Zotero, but even MS Word, a Word file, which is available in computer, can also be used for managing the references, managing citation, managing the bibliography. And when you move one paragraph from one place to another, automatically the citation also moves. And if you see here in the pink bar, you can see the different styles which I saw in the Google Scholar, how it can be copied, same way it can be used here. But again, to say that, again to repeat, I personally believe that I always like to have references on my fingertips so that I know what things are picked up from which references rather than depending on too much of reference management tools. Another version, which is relatively paid version, is from Clarivate, which is also a kind of a thing which is in the form of EndNote. As far as I know, it is also not a free version, maybe probably available for trial. It is also one of the important tool for the reference management. Zotero, another free version, as far as I know. It is also a reference management software. As you move your content from one place to another, references get moved, and also there will be a big list of references which you have identified, which can be stored in an online as well as offline account form, and you can pick up those references very fast from those softwares which are available. They give limited amount of storage data online, And probably when you are working on that particular theme or a topic, you can store that. You may purchase additional amount of space or probably delete those references when the work is over and move on the next thing. Mendeley, one of the well-known software with the reference management. Again, it is available in the free and paid version, and limited storage is available. You can pick up the article and store it. The only advantage, if you see, starting from Google Scholar, where you can copy how the references is to be cited, coming to Zotero or EndNote or Mendeley, the whole thing, how the citation has to be done, is automatically done. When we do manually, I still remember during my life as a researcher in my early career, when these kind of software systems were not available, we used to write the name of the author, then there should be a dot, where should be a comma, where should be semicolon, etc., etc. Already now taken care by Mendeley, by these softwares. It's very good. They take care because it used to take a lot of energy and human energy, the brain energy, the exhaustion to write those kind of things. Now everything can be taken care by simplest by the Google Scholar or Mendeley or Zotero or EndNote or any kind of other reference management system. And this is one of the important, when we send our article for publication, say everything is all correct, but if you have not cited your references properly, then you may feel it is a very small thing. Probably the editorial office could have corrected, but they will not correct it. They will say the references are not in the proper format. Please correct it and go back. And then if it is done manually, then you need to find out where are the errors. And hence, when I say I want to have a control over all those references, I use Google Scholar, where I copy how it should be written. There I don't put my too much of brain, because in a particular format is available. But moving the one reference from one paragraph to another paragraph, always I do it. The advantage is you will keep remembering those things, not only at the initial part of your project when you are writing introduction, but also at the time of manuscript, also at the time when the article is rejected and you are applying to the new place, and also at the time when multiple revisions are happening. Whenever you are moving from one journal to another journal, maybe you may have to change the format or the type of how the reference is cited, and manual way, Google Scholar or maybe other softwares may help you to do it in probably in seconds time. Another important thing when it comes to the software, which even Sir talked about in ethics, is the plagiarism, which is one of the important things. Always write your own content in own way. That's the best thing. But there are certain definitions, there are certain things where you need to take the material from earlier resources and you need to quote and cite. Always citation is the easiest way and the safest way to say that this is not my work, this is this particular person's work or a particular team or the author work. One of the best software to take the plagiarism check or the similarity check is Authenticate, but it is very costly. Institution can purchase the many of the journals, good journals, do the plagiarism check on these kind of software. Now, if you see that, as Sir was also talking about, there is a UGC care list. Same way UGC has come out with the proportion of academic integrity and prevention of plagiarism guidelines, and it has given how much is the percentage of similarity is accepted. Now, please understand the concept of similarity. Now, there are certain words or certain statements cannot be changed. Say, for example, I will say in my writing manuscript, the ethics committee approval was obtained. Now, how many different English way you can write this statement in a different way? Also, I can say probably a particular rule or the definition is by me, but actually is by somebody else. So please do not go only on the blind percentage, which is very, very important as per the UGC guideline. But even if it is very, very less, say less than 10%, 15%, still look at what appears to be similar and look how it can be your own or somebody else, and you do not land up in a problem as it affects your career at a longer time. UGC has also come out with the guideline with respect to self-plagiarism, where if you see that it is republishing, recitation, using multiple times same things, cut copy or main study in a multiple thing or multiple studies combining together, a number of things can happen on these kind of things. There is a specific guideline booklet available on academic integrity. Now, why I'm bringing this issue again when I'm taking a session on software, because as I said, Authenticate is one of the best software. Another software which is easily available through UGC and universities, which Sir was also talking about, Uncrude, which is the original software which comes through UGC. And this is one of the software which can be used for assessing the similarity. The institution can have an institutional account and departments can also have their own accounts. The manuscript is converted into Word or PDF and is submitted, and it takes some time and gives you the data back with the similarities and where it is similar, where are the sources are similar, so that you can relook. If by mistake you have forgot the citation, many times people think methodology is similarity. Many times methodology may be similar because you are using the standard kind of protocol which is available. In addition to this, if suppose you do not have, many times people like to go for some kind of an online plagiarism check or a software which is available after the Google search or Googling. I'm worried when people use this kind of softwares or website which are available online, because some of these online softwares or online websites do not delete the thing after you post the thing. That means what will happen? Suppose I have an article and I do not have access to any of this. What I will do, I'll go to this online website or download their mini software and put something to check if it's a plagiarized or not plagiarized and what is the similarity index. And once I finish, it gives me some similarity, I'll work on that and do the necessary correction. But some of these online softwares and apps do not delete the content from their own original server. What happens then? When you submit it to the journal and the journal looks at online for the similarity, your own article, which was to just try to check on some kind of a free software, looks like plagiarism, and you will be in a deep problem. Hence, it's always better to go for an institutional use. Probably the best one is which is available through UGC. You can use it, or your institution has authenticate UDIs. Please avoid, my sincere request, please avoid any kind of free online plagiarism check software or app which is available. Here also, if you registered, you can see the sample report. How the sample report is very, very important once the software generates this sample report. Coming to the end of my session, I begin with saying that my academic and technical scientific research is very, very important. Software helps or facilitates or assists me in doing my scientific work in a best way. Hence, my ultimate aim should be mastering my scientific content. Software, slowly you can learn it. As you more and more learn it, you will become more comfortable, and your user friendliness to a particular software may vary and may be useful. Certain things you may like from a particular software, certain things you may not like from a particular software, and you may want to use another software. These softwares are going to be available from the point when you go into a simple searching of the topic from Googling to finally arranging to the reference management and so many things which comes at the end when you write your manuscript and send for the publication. Even if you do not know the software, don't worry. The most important, how to understand the purpose of the software, when to use that software, how the output of that software and how to analyze those software are very, very important. Interpreting of those software findings are very important, rather than going too much in the technical content, because there may be experts who will be available. Say for classically, for statistical analysis, many people will be available. Even for reference management, many people available. There are so many things where many experts are available, and we can probably concentrate on more energy on the more scientific research. Basic aspects is worth learning so that we know how things working. And finally, necessity. And I will add one more word which you must have also seen. Laziness leads to the invention. None of us learned WhatsApp, but as the need arises, we learned it. People learn Telegram, people learn how to book the railway tickets, etc., etc. And probably slowly learning, we become more expert on using that. And probably that slow learning of a software in research is more important rather than putting total energy on the software. Though my session is on the software in the research and publication, but I advise all of you, please concentrate on the scientific research, and software will assist. Software should be my servant and not my owner, and slowly I can master the software over a period of time rather than mastering at one point of time. I hope the whole session must be useful to you. I have combined software with the website as well as mobile apps, because all three nowadays goes in a synonymous form, and in a longer run, artificial intelligence, web, the cloud storage, all will become more and more synonymous. Thank you very much. If you have any question at the end of the whole program, I'll be happy to answer, because I understand my session is the last session and people may be in a hurry to move or look for some kind of a feedback form for certificate. Over to the organizer. Thank you once again for the opportunity by Aruna Madam, Reshma Madam and the whole team. And also thank you to all the audience who was patiently hearing, hopefully, because in online we don't know how many are really listening and how many are just electronically logged in. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. As medical people, we are not very well versed with the use of various apps and softwares. Too often, we are also ignorant of their significance. But your lecture shed light on the importance of software in research and publication. You also gave a live demo of the use of various softwares, and I'm sure everyone would have found it useful. Thank you very much for your speech, sir.
Yes, thank you. Any question? Anybody has it or is in the chat box? I'll be happy to answer.
No question.
I think there are no questions. Chat box.
Sir, a question about Jamovi software, sir.
Before answering this question, I'll go back to my UG life. In our medical field, many times we are happy answering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of my senior faculty member, professor in medicine, asked the question, can somebody tell me how to identify thyrotoxicosis? I cannot remember, forget in my life. One of my friend, great learned friend, told immediately, I know 32 signs to identify thyrotoxicosis. The professor said, very good, I am happy you know 32. I need only 3 to identify. I don't know what is the Jamovi software, to be very honest and frank. If you know, the speaker, the question who has asked can guide me, what is the software? There are n number of softwares. Tomorrow, 2 softwares may be developed by me and marketed by me, which probably world will know or probably the world may not know. There are n number of softwares. Again, what to use, when to use, and the most important, how to interpret is most important rather than learning n number of softwares. As I told you, there are certain softwares which may not be useful at certain point of time. Probably all kind of statistical software may or may not that nicely help when it comes to systematic reviews. Probably Revman will be a better software compared to others, though many of the other softwares are also integrating themselves with the so-called systematic review and meta-analysis. There is another one thing which is known as network meta-analysis. I don't know how many of you heard. Even the Revman software will not be able to help us in so-called network meta-analysis. So honestly, I'll tell you, I don't know what is this Jamovi software. I'll be happy if Dr. Sujit Kumar knows aware. Please highlight all of us so that it's a new statistical software. There are n number of new statistical softwares are coming. There are softwares even for the sample size. Sorry, I'm not aware. Thank you for telling us there is something called as Jamovi software. And if you know any particular peculiarity for which you like this software, I'll be happy if you can unmute yourself and inform or write in the chat box. So that will be a great learning for all of you and including me.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Now we come to our end of the session. I request all participants to fill their post-test questionnaire and feedback form, and your certificates will be sent to your respective mail IDs within a week. Thank you for patience listening. Now there will be a vote of thanks by Associate Professor Dr. B. Sharmila ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening to one and all. I am extremely thankful to our speakers for their presentations and also our participants and their active participation till the end of the session. And also my sincere thanks to our other professors who are attending, the faculties from other departments from KMC and other colleges. They are actively participating in our session. Thank you very much, everyone. And also I thankful to our assistant professor and postgraduates. On behalf of our Department of Pharmacology and our HOD ma'am, I thank each and everyone for your active participation. Thank you all. And I also thankful to Shield Connect for our YouTube connection. Technical support, for the technical support. Thank you.
We will share the YouTube link in the WhatsApp group. You can view the entire session through that link. We are winding up the session. Thank you very much for all the participants and speakers.